If you're lying here tonight and your body is asking you to stop, but your mind won't let you, this is for you. Stay with me. By the end of this, you'll understand why stopping isn't dangerous, why rest isn't weakness, and why you've been allowed to stop all along. There are nights when your body whispers something your mind refuses to hear. Not because you're lazy, not because you're giving up, but because somewhere deep inside, beneath all the thoughts and worries and endless to-do lists, your body knows something your mind has forgotten. It knows that stopping is safe, that rest is necessary, that you don't have to keep going just because you've always kept going. But here's what I want you to know tonight. You are allowed to stop now, not tomorrow, not after you finish one more thing, not after you've earned it or deserved it, or proven yourself worthy of rest. Right now, exactly as you are, you're allowed to stop. Before we go deeper into these truths that will help you rest, if you find comfort here, gently subscribe. This channel exists to guide you into peaceful sleep, and your support helps us create more of these quiet sanctuaries for rest. Now, let your shoulders drop. Let the bed hold your weight. Let your breath move without effort. You don't need to keep going tonight. You don't need to hold it all together for one more hour. You've been moving for so long, carrying so much. And tonight, you can finally stop. Tonight isn't for doing, it's for being. It's for letting your exhausted body do what it's been trying to do all day. Let's explore why stopping feels so dangerous when it's actually the safest thing you can do right now. There's something your body has been trying to tell you for hours now, maybe even days. It's been sending signals, gentle at first, then more insistent. The heaviness in your limbs, the fog in your thoughts, the way even small tasks feel impossibly hard. These aren't signs of weakness. These aren't failures of willpower or character or strength. These are your body's way of saying, I detect safety here. I can stop now. This is crucial to understand because you've probably been interpreting these signals all wrong. You've been treating exhaustion like a problem to overcome, an obstacle to push through, a weakness to be ashamed of. But exhaustion isn't a character flaw. It's a biological message. And the message is simple. You're safe enough to stop. Think about how animals in the wild behave. A deer doesn't lie down to rest in the middle of an open field where predators can see it. A rabbit doesn't fall asleep in plain sight of a fox. Animals only rest when they feel safe, when they've found shelter, when they've assessed their environment and determined that the threat level is low enough to allow their guard to drop. Your body operates by the same ancient wisdom. It's been running the same safety calculations that have kept humans alive for hundreds of thousands of years. And right now, lying in this bed, in this room, your body has done its assessment. It's checked the environment, it's evaluated the threats, and it's reached a conclusion. You're safe. Safe enough to stop, safe enough to let go, safe enough to rest. But your mind doesn't trust this assessment. Your mind has been trained to believe that stopping is dangerous, that rest is for the weak, that if you let your guard down, something terrible will happen. Your mind has learned that safety comes from constant vigilance, from never stopping, from always being ready, always alert, always moving forward no matter how tired you are. And maybe that made sense once. Maybe there was a time in your life when stopping really was dangerous, when you had to keep going no matter what, when rest was a luxury you couldn't afford. But that time isn't now. That threat isn't here. That danger has passed, and your body knows this. Your body, with its ancient wisdom, with its millions of years of evolutionary programming, has determined that right now, in this moment, you are safe. Safe enough to stop running. Safe enough to stop fighting. Safe enough to stop holding everything together through sheer force of will. The exhaustion you're feeling isn't your body breaking down. It's your body finally feeling safe enough to acknowledge how tired it actually is. When you're in constant danger, you can't afford to feel tired. Your nervous system overrides the fatigue signals. It pumps you full of stress hormones. It keeps you moving even when you're running on empty. This is survival mode, and it works. For a while, it keeps you going when you absolutely have to keep going. But you can't live in survival mode forever. Eventually, your body needs to rest, needs to restore, needs to stop. And it will only do this when it feels safe, when the danger has passed, when the environment is secure enough to allow the deep vulnerability of rest. That's what's happening right now. Your body has detected safety. It's telling you, through exhaustion, through heaviness, through the desperate need to stop, that the threat level is low enough. You can stop now. Not because you're giving up, not because you're weak, but because you're finally safe enough to acknowledge how tired you truly are. This is why fighting your exhaustion doesn't work. This is why forcing yourself to keep going just makes everything harder. Because you're fighting against your body's most fundamental assessment of your environment. You're telling your body that it's wrong about safety, that the danger is still here, that you can't afford to stop yet. But your body isn't wrong. Your body is operating on wisdom far older and deeper than your conscious thoughts. It knows what it's doing. And right now, what it's doing is trying to get you to stop. Because stopping is the appropriate response to safety. Not to danger, to safety. This reversal in thinking might be the most important thing you learn tonight. You've been taught that you stop when you're weak, when you can't go on, when you've failed to push through. But the truth is the opposite. You stop when you're strong enough to recognize safety, when you're secure enough to let your guard down, when you're finally blessedly safe enough to rest. Stopping is not weakness. Stopping is what happens when your body trusts the environment enough to be vulnerable, to release control, to surrender to the restoration it desperately needs. The exhaustion pressing down on you right now is not your enemy. It's not a problem to solve or a weakness to overcome. It's a message, a clear biological message that says, you're safe now, you can stop. And tonight, you can trust that message. You can believe your body's ancient wisdom. You can let the exhaustion be exactly what it is, permission to rest. Not because you've earned it, not because you've done enough, but because your body has determined, with its deep biological intelligence, that this moment is safe enough for you to stop. So stop fighting the tiredness. Stop resisting the heaviness. Stop treating your body's need for rest like it's something to be ashamed of. Your body is giving you the gift of safety, the gift of an environment secure enough to allow rest. the gift of finally being able to stop. And you don't have to do anything to deserve this gift. You just have to accept it, to trust it, to let your body's wisdom guide you into the rest it's been asking for. The body stops when it detects safety. Right now, your body has detected safety. And that means you're allowed to stop. Not tomorrow, not later, right now, this moment, this breath. You're safe. And because you're safe, you can stop, finally, completely, without guilt or shame or the need to justify it. Just stop. Let the exhaustion be real. Let the safety be real. Let your body do what it knows how to do. Rest. Your mind has been using these two words interchangeably for so long that you've started to believe they mean the same thing. Stopping, giving up, as if they're identical, as if one always leads to the other, as if you can't stop without also surrendering everything you've worked for. But this is a lie, a convincing lie that's been keeping you exhausted for longer than you probably realize. Stopping is not the same as giving up, not even close. And understanding the difference between them might be what finally allows you to rest tonight. Giving up means you're done, finished, walking away from something permanently, deciding that whatever you were working toward isn't worth the effort anymore. Giving up is an ending, a conclusion, a final decision that this path, this goal, this effort is over. But stopping is just a pause, a necessary break, a moment of rest before you continue. Stopping is not an ending. It's an intermission, a breath between movements, a silence between notes that makes the music possible. You've run a long race today. You've been moving since you woke up this morning, maybe since long before that. And now your body is asking for a break. That's not giving up on the race. That's just stopping to catch your breath. And every runner knows that you can't finish a race without breathing. But somewhere along the way, you learned that stopping meant failing. That pausing meant you weren't strong enough. That rest was what weak people did when they couldn't keep going. And maybe the people who taught you this believed it themselves. Maybe they were running on empty too, believing that stopping was the same as quitting, confusing endurance with virtue. But they were wrong. And you can learn something different tonight. You can learn that stopping is not only different from giving up, it's actually the opposite of giving up. Because giving up happens when you push so hard for so long that you have nothing left. When you refuse to stop until your body makes the decision for you. When you drive yourself into the ground and then call it failure. But stopping before you reach that point. Stopping when you're tired but not destroyed. Stopping because you recognize your limits and respect them. That's not giving up. That's wisdom. That's self-preservation. That's having enough respect for yourself and your journey to take care of what needs caring for. Think about a car on a long road trip. If you drive it without ever stopping for gas, without ever checking the oil, without ever letting the engine cool down, eventually it will break down. And when it breaks down on the side of the road, completely unable to continue, that's not a pause, that's a breakdown. That's damage that takes time and effort and resources to repair. But if you stop regularly, if you pull over when the tank is low, when the engine is hot, when you need a break, then you never break down. You just pause, restore, and continue. That's what you're doing tonight. You're pulling over before you break down, You're stopping before the damage becomes serious. You're resting before exhaustion turns into something worse. This isn't giving up. This is exactly what ensures you'll be able to continue tomorrow, next week, next year. The people who never stop don't actually keep going forever. They burn out, they break down, they hit a wall that forces a much longer, harder stop than if they just rested along the way. You've seen this happen. Maybe to people you know, maybe to yourself in the past. The person who worked 70 hours a week until their body gave them no choice but to stop. The friend who pushed through exhaustion until they got sick. The family member who ignored every signal until they collapsed. That's what happens when you confuse stopping with giving up. When you believe that rest is weakness, when you push past every limit until your body makes the decision for you. But you don't have to wait for collapse. You don't have to push until you break. You don't have to prove your strength by ignoring your exhaustion. You can stop now by choice, with intention, because you understand that stopping is how you keep going. This is the paradox that changes everything. Stopping is not the opposite of continuing. Stopping is what makes continuing possible. You cannot go on without rest. You cannot keep moving without pause. You cannot sustain any effort indefinitely without regular breaks to restore yourself. Stopping is not giving up on your life. It's giving yourself the chance to live it sustainably, to be present for it, to show up tomorrow with actual energy instead of just fumes. So tonight, when you stop, when you finally let yourself rest, you're not quitting anything. You're not abandoning your responsibilities. You're not failing at life. You're just taking a necessary pause, a break that every human being needs, a moment of rest that makes everything else possible. Stopping is not the same as giving up. Stopping is just stopping. And right now, stopping is exactly what you need. Not forever, not as an end, just for tonight, just for these hours when your body can restore what's been depleted, when your mind can quiet what's been loud, when you can be still without it meaning anything except that you're tired and you need to rest. So let go of the fear that stopping means giving up. Let go of the belief that rest is weakness. Let go of the idea that you have to keep going no matter what. You can stop. And stopping doesn't make you a quitter. It makes you someone who understands that life is not a sprint. It's not about who can push the hardest for the longest without breaking. Life is a long journey, and long journeys require rest, regular rest, rest that you choose rather than rest that's forced upon you by collapse. You're choosing rest tonight. Not because you're giving up, but because you're wise enough to stop before you have to, strong enough to rest before you break, brave enough to acknowledge that stopping is not weakness. Stopping is not the same as giving up. Stopping is just what you do when you're tired. And tonight, you're tired. So stop. Rest. Let it be simple. Let it be what it is. Just a pause, just a breath, just a necessary moment of stillness. You're not giving up anything except the lie that stopping is failure, and that lie never served you anyway. Look around your home for a moment, if your eyes are still open, or just think about all the things in your life that run on electricity, on power, on energy, your phone, your computer, your lights, your appliances. Every single one of them has something in common. They all turn off. They all have an off state. They all rest, not because they're weak, not because they're failing, but because nothing, absolutely nothing, can run continuously without eventually breaking down. Even the most powerful machines in the world need to rest. Even systems designed for constant operation have periods of lower activity, maintenance, restoration. Your body is no different. Actually, your body needs rest even more than machines do, because unlike machines, your body is alive. It's organic. It's complex beyond measure. And every living system requires an off state, a time when activity stops, when restoration happens, when the system can repair, rebuild, and prepare for the next period of function. This isn't a flaw in design. This is the design. This is how life works. This is how anything sustainable works. But somehow, you've convinced yourself that you should be the exception. That you, unlike everything else in the universe, should be able to run continuously without rest. You've looked at your phone battery and understood that it needs to recharge. You've accepted that your computer needs to shut down sometimes. You've never questioned that lights turn off at night. But when it comes to yourself, suddenly rest becomes optional. Something you'll do later. Something you'll get to when you've done enough. But your body is not optional. Your nervous system is not a machine that can run indefinitely. Your brain is not designed for constant operation without rest. Every system needs an off state, including you, especially you. Think about your heart for a moment. It beats constantly. Yes. From before you were born until the day you die, it keeps pumping. But even your heart rests. Between every beat, there's a moment of relaxation, a brief pause when the muscle releases, when the chambers refill, when restoration happens. If your heart tried to beat without these pauses, without these moments of rest between contractions, it would fail immediately. The rest isn't interrupting the work. The rest is what makes the work possible. Your entire body operates this way. Your muscles contract and release. Your neurons fire and rest. Your cells work and repair. Everything cycles between activity and restoration. This is not weakness. This is how life sustains itself. This is the fundamental rhythm of every living thing. But your mind has been trying to override this rhythm. It's been insisting that you should work without rest, push without pause, go and go and go without ever stopping. And maybe you've managed it for a while. Maybe you've pushed through the tiredness, ignored the signals, kept going when your body was asking you to stop. But you can't do this indefinitely. Eventually, every system that tries to run without an off state breaks down. Not because it wasn't strong enough, but because continuous operation without rest is literally impossible. Your body has been patient. It's been sending gentle signals: fatigue, difficulty concentrating, emotional sensitivity, physical heaviness. These aren't signs that something is wrong with you. These are signs that your system needs its off state, that you've been running too long without rest, that it's time to stop. And if you keep ignoring these signals, they won't go away. They'll get louder. They'll become harder to ignore. They'll eventually force you to stop, whether you want to or not. This is what burnout is. What exhaustion really means. What happens when you refuse to give your system the off state it needs? But you don't have to wait for forced shutdown. You don't have to push until your system crashes. You can choose to rest now, while it's still a choice. Every system needs an off state. Your body is a system. The most complex, remarkable system you'll ever encounter, but still a system, and it needs rest. Not as a reward, not as something you earn, as a requirement, as a non-negotiable part of sustainable operation. You wouldn't run your car without ever turning it off. You wouldn't use your phone without ever charging it. You wouldn't expect any device to work continuously forever without maintenance. So why do you expect this of yourself? Why do you believe that you should be different? Why do you treat rest like it's optional when it's actually essential? Tonight, you can stop expecting the impossible from yourself. You can stop demanding continuous operation from a system that requires rest. You can finally give yourself permission to have an off state. This doesn't mean you're shutting down forever. This doesn't mean you're broken. This just means you're acknowledging reality. The reality that every system needs rest to function sustainably. Your off state isn't failure. It's maintenance. It's restoration. It's what ensures you'll be able to turn back on tomorrow and actually function instead of just running on empty. So let yourself turn off tonight. Let your system rest. Let the constant activity stop for a while so restoration can happen. Because every system needs an off state. And you are not exempt from this fundamental truth of existence. You need rest. Your body needs rest. Your mind needs rest. Your entire system needs to stop, restore, and prepare for tomorrow. And that's not weakness. That's just how systems work. That's just how life works. That's just reality. So stop fighting it. Stop believing you should be able to run continuously. Stop treating your need for an off state like it's something to overcome. Just rest. Let your system do what every system needs to do. Let the off state happen. Let restoration begin. Because every system needs an off state, including yours. Tonight, your nervous system is having a conversation with you right now, and it's been trying to get your attention for hours. It's not speaking in words, it's speaking in sensations. In the tension in your shoulders, in the racing of your thoughts, in the way your body feels wired and tired at the same time. This is what happens when your nervous system has been in motion too long. When it's been activated, alert, responding to demands without a break. And here's what you need to understand. Your nervous system cannot recover while it's still in motion. It can't heal while it's still running. It can't restore itself while it's still activated. This is one of the most important truths about how your body works. And it's one of the most misunderstood. You might think that you can recover while you're still going, that you can rest while you're still active, that you can restore yourself while you're still engaged with the demands of the day. But you can't. Your nervous system doesn't work that way. It never has. It never will. Think about what motion means for your nervous system. It means your sympathetic nervous system is activated. Your fight or flight response is engaged. Your body is in doing mode, ready to respond, prepared to handle whatever comes next. This is a high-energy state. It requires resources, cortisol, adrenaline, glucose, energy that's being pulled from your body's reserves and directed toward activity, alertness, response. And in this state, recovery is impossible, because recovery requires the opposite system, the parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest response, the state where your body can actually repair, restore, rebuild. These two systems cannot operate at the same time. It's not how your biology works. You're either in motion or in recovery, either in activation or in restoration. Not both. This is why you can feel exhausted all day and still not feel rested. Because exhaustion while in motion is not the same as rest. Tiredness while still activated is not recovery. Your nervous system has been running all day, maybe all week, maybe longer than you can remember, responding to emails, handling problems, navigating interactions, managing stress, staying alert to everything that needed your attention. And all of that motion, all of that activation, has left your nervous system depleted, overstimulated, dysregulated, running on fumes while still trying to keep you functional. But it cannot recover while you're still asking it to perform, while you're still in motion, while you're still activated and alert and ready to respond. Recovery requires complete stillness, not just physical stillness, though that helps, but nervous system stillness, a genuine shift from doing to being, from activated to settled, from motion to rest. This is why lying in bed while your mind races doesn't restore you. Why sitting on the couch while scrolling your phone doesn't help. Why even vacations sometimes doesn't feel restful. Because you're still in motion. Your nervous system is still activated, still responding, still alert, still in the high-energy state that prevents recovery. You've probably noticed this pattern in your own life. The times when you thought you were resting, but still felt tired afterward. When you took a break, but didn't feel restored. When you stopped doing, but didn't feel different. That's because motion isn't just about physical activity. It's about nervous system activation. And as long as your nervous system is activated, recovery cannot happen. Think about a computer that's still running programs in the background. The screen might look quiet, but the processor is still working. The memory is still engaged. The system is still in active mode. Even if you're not directly using it, your nervous system works the same way. You can stop physically moving while your nervous system is still running programs in the background, still processing, still activated, still in motion. And just like that computer needs to fully shut down sometimes, to reset, to clear memory, to restore function, your nervous system needs complete stillness to recover. Not the appearance of stillness, not the pretense of rest, actual stillness. The kind where your nervous system genuinely shifts into parasympathetic mode, where fight or flight finally turns off, where recovery can actually begin. This shift doesn't happen automatically just because you lie down. It doesn't occur just because you stop physical activity. It requires your nervous system to feel safe enough to let go of activation. And this is why all the other truths we've talked about matter. Your nervous system needs to detect safety before it will shift out of motion. It needs to recognize that it's okay to stop being alert, that rest is permitted, that recovery is safe. But once that shift happens, once your nervous system genuinely moves from motion into stillness, recovery begins immediately. Your body starts repairing damage. Your brain starts consolidating memory. Your hormones start rebalancing. All the restoration that couldn't happen while you were in motion suddenly becomes possible. Because your nervous system has finally stopped running. This is what you need tonight. Not just to stop moving physically, but to let your nervous system actually stop, to shift out of activation, to move from motion into genuine stillness. And this requires letting go, not just of activity, but of alertness, not just of doing, but of the readiness to do, not just of physical motion, but of mental motion too. Your nervous system cannot recover while it's still scanning for threats, while it's still monitoring for problems, while it's still ready to respond at any moment. It needs to fully, completely stop, to release the activation, to trust that for these hours, it can let go of vigilance and allow recovery to happen. This might feel impossible right now. Your nervous system has been in motion for so long that stillness feels unfamiliar, maybe even uncomfortable, maybe even scary. But your body knows how to do this. It's done this thousands of times before. Every night when you've truly slept, every moment when you've genuinely rested, your nervous system has made this shift from motion to stillness, from activation to recovery, from the state that depletes to the state that restores. And it can make that shift again tonight, but only if you let it, only if you stop demanding that it stay in motion, only if you give it permission to finally, completely stop. The nervous system cannot recover while in motion. This is not negotiable. This is not something you can override with willpower or determination. This is biology. This is how your body works. This is the fundamental truth that determines whether you actually rest or just lie awake feeling tired. So tonight, let the motion stop. Not just physical motion, but nervous system motion. Let the activation release. Let the alertness fade. Let the vigilance finally rest. Because your nervous system desperately needs to recover. And it can only do that when motion stops, when stillness is real, when your body finally feels safe enough to shift into restoration mode. You've been in motion long enough. You've been activated long enough. You've been running long enough. Now it's time to stop. Completely stop. Let your nervous system shift into the only state where recovery is possible. Stillness, real stillness, the kind that allows healing, the kind that permits restoration, the kind that makes tomorrow possible. The nervous system cannot recover while in motion. So let the motion stop. Let stillness come. Let recovery finally begin. There's a story you've been telling yourself about what it means to be strong, to be capable, to be successful. And at the center of that story is the belief that you should be continuous, that you should be able to keep going without breaks, that starting and stopping is somehow less impressive than maintaining constant forward motion. But this belief is not based on reality. It's not based on how human beings actually work. It's not based on what you were designed to do. You were never designed to be continuous. And pretending that you were is what's making everything so hard. Think about nature for a moment. Think about any natural system, any living thing, any process that's sustained over time. None of them are continuous. Not one. Everything in nature operates in cycles, day and night, seasons, growth and dormancy, activity and rest. The sun doesn't shine continuously. The moon doesn't stay full. The tides don't keep rising. Everything ebbs and flows. Everything has rhythm. Everything cycles between different states. This is not a flaw in nature's design. This is the design. This is how sustainable systems work. This is how life maintains itself over time without burning out. But somewhere in your life, you absorbed a different message. You learned that continuous was better, that starting and stopping was inefficient, that the ideal was to maintain constant productivity, constant availability, constant forward motion. Maybe you learned this from work culture that prizes those who never take breaks, from achievement-oriented education that rewards continuous effort, from role models who seem to never stop, never rest, never pause. But those role models were lying, not intentionally, perhaps, but they were presenting an image that wasn't true, because no one is actually continuous. No one can be. It's biologically impossible. Even the people who seem to work non-stop are cycling. They're just hiding their rest periods. Or they're burning out slowly in ways you don't see. Or they're actually resting more than you realize, but only showing you the productive parts. You were never designed to be continuous. Your body operates in 90-minute cycles called ultradian rhythms. Periods of higher energy followed by periods when your body needs rest. Your brain cannot maintain focus continuously. It needs breaks, regular breaks, moments when attention can wander, when processing can happen, when restoration can occur. Your muscles cannot contract continuously. They need periods of release, moments of relaxation between exertion. Otherwise, they cramp, they fail, they break down. Your heart beats in rhythm, contraction and release, systole and diastole. A continuous beat would be cardiac arrest, not healthy function. Everything about you is designed for rhythm, not continuity, for cycles, not constant motion, for periods of activity followed by periods of rest. This is not a limitation. This is what makes long-term function possible. This is how your body prevents burnout. This is the design that allows you to keep going over a lifetime instead of just a few intense years. But you've been fighting this design. You've been trying to override these natural rhythms. You've been attempting to be something you were never meant to be. Continuous, constant, always on, always available, always productive, always moving forward without pause. And it's been exhausting. Not because you're weak, but because you're trying to function in a way that contradicts your fundamental biology. Imagine trying to drive a car in only one gear, never shifting down, never adjusting to different terrain, just constant, continuous high gear no matter what. The engine would burn out, quickly, not because it was a bad engine, but because you were using it in a way it was never designed to be used. That's what you're doing to yourself. You're running in one gear continuously, never downshifting, never adjusting, never giving your system the variation it needs to function sustainably. You were never designed to be continuous. You were designed for rhythm, for cycles, for periods of high activity followed by periods of genuine rest. And when you honor this design, when you stop fighting against your natural rhythms, everything becomes easier, more sustainable, more possible over the long term. The people who actually succeed over decades, not just months, they understand this. They've learned to work with their natural rhythms instead of against them. They sprint and rest. They focus intensely and then release completely. They have periods of high output, followed by periods of genuine recovery. They're not continuous, they're cyclical. And that cyclical pattern is what allows them to sustain high performance over time. But our culture doesn't show you the rest periods, doesn't celebrate the downtime, doesn't acknowledge the essential role that stopping plays in long-term success. So you only see the activity, the productivity, the output, and you think that's continuous when it's not, when it never was, when it could never be. You were never designed to be continuous. And tonight, you can stop pretending that you were. You can acknowledge that you're a human being with natural rhythms, with cycles that include both activity and rest, with a design that requires regular periods of stopping. This is not weakness. This is not failure. This is not evidence that you're not good enough or strong enough or dedicated enough. This is just reality, the reality of how human beings actually function, the reality that you've been fighting against because you believed the lie that continuous was possible. But continuous isn't possible. Not for you, not for anyone, not sustainably, not over a lifetime. What's possible is rhythm, cycles, periods of effort followed by periods of rest, activity and restoration taking turns in a sustainable pattern. And right now, you're in the rest part of the cycle. Your body is asking for the downtime it needs, the restoration period that makes the next activity period possible. This is not interrupting your life. This is making your life sustainable. This is honoring the design you were given instead of fighting against it. You were never designed to be continuous. You were designed for this, for cycles, for rhythm, for times of activity and times of rest. And tonight is a time for rest. Not because you failed to be continuous, but because continuous was never the goal, was never possible, was never what you were designed for. So let go of that impossible standard. Let go of the belief that you should be able to keep going without breaks. Let go of the idea that starting and stopping means you're doing it wrong. You're doing it right. You're honoring your design. You're working with your biology instead of against it. You were never designed to be continuous. And that's not a flaw. That's the feature that makes long-term success possible. So rest tonight, not as a failure to be continuous, but as part of your natural rhythm, part of your design, part of what makes you human. You were never designed to be continuous. And finally, understanding that is what allows you to rest without guilt. Your body has a built-in safety system that's been operating your entire life, mostly without your awareness. It's constantly monitoring, assessing, checking levels of resources, damage, strain, looking for signs that something is approaching dangerous limits. And when it detects that you're getting close to those limits, it activates a protection mechanism, a safety protocol designed to prevent serious harm. That mechanism is stopping. The overwhelming urge to stop. The fatigue that makes continuing feel impossible. The exhaustion that forces you to pause. This is not your body failing. This is not weakness. This is not a malfunction that needs to be overcome. This is damage prevention. This is your body's sophisticated safety system doing exactly what it's designed to do. Think about pain for a moment. When you touch something hot, you feel pain. Sharp, immediate pain that makes you pull your hand away instantly. That pain is not your enemy. That pain just saved you from serious burns. It's a signal, a protection mechanism, a way your body prevents damage before it becomes severe. Exhaustion works the same way. It's pain's quieter cousin, not as dramatic, not as immediate, but serving the same essential function. It's telling you, stop now, before damage occurs. Rest now, before systems start breaking down. Pause now, while recovery is still straightforward instead of complicated. But you've been taught to ignore this signal, to push through it, to treat exhaustion like an obstacle to overcome rather than information to respect. You've been taught that stopping when you're tired is weakness. That real strength means continuing despite exhaustion. That the body's safety signals should be overridden in pursuit of productivity. But this is dangerous. This is like ignoring the pain of touching something hot because you've decided that pulling your hand away shows weakness. Your body doesn't send false signals. It doesn't cry wolf. When it tells you to stop, there's a real reason, real damage being prevented, real systems that need protection. When you ignore exhaustion and keep going anyway, you're not being strong. You're overriding a safety system. You're forcing your body to operate beyond its safe limits. And your body will allow this for a while. It has reserve systems, backup resources, ways to keep functioning even when you're past the point where you should have stopped. But this comes at a cost you might not see immediately, but a cost that accumulates over time. Stress hormones flooding your system because you won't stop. Immune function declining because your body has to redirect resources just to keep you going. Sleep quality deteriorating because your nervous system can't settle after being pushed so hard. Mental clarity decreasing because your brain doesn't have the resources for optimal function. Emotional regulation becoming difficult because the parts of your brain that manage emotions are running on empty. Relationships suffering because you don't have the energy for genuine presence. Physical health declining because chronic exhaustion affects every system in your body. This is the damage that stopping prevents. This is what your body is trying to protect you from when it sends signals of exhaustion. And the cruel irony is that ignoring these signals doesn't actually make you more productive. It makes you less, because you're operating with damaged systems instead of healthy ones. Think about a car's warning lights. When the check engine light comes on, you don't put a piece of tape over it and keep driving. You stop, you get it checked, you address the issue before it becomes serious damage. Your exhaustion is a warning light, a check engine signal from your body. And covering it up with caffeine or willpower or determination doesn't fix the underlying issue. It just allows you to keep driving until the damage becomes severe, until what could have been prevented with rest becomes something that requires major intervention. Stopping is how the body prevents damage. This is not optional. This is not negotiable. This is fundamental biology that you cannot override without consequences. And the signals you're feeling right now, the heaviness, the fatigue, the desperate need to stop, these are not weakness. These are your body trying to protect you, trying to get you to stop before systems start breaking down, before exhaustion becomes burnout, before fatigue becomes chronic illness, before tiredness becomes something much harder to recover from. Your body is not being dramatic. It's not overreacting. It's sending exactly the strength of signal that matches the level of danger it perceives. And if the signal feels overwhelming right now, that's because you've been ignoring quieter signals for a long time. You've been pushing past gentle warnings until your body had to get louder to get your attention. But you're listening now. That's what matters. You're here. You're considering stopping. You're finally paying attention to the safety system that's been trying to protect you. And when you stop now, when you finally honor these signals, you're not giving in to weakness. You're accepting protection. You're allowing your body to do its job. You're preventing damage that would have been far more costly than the time it takes to rest. You're choosing sustainable function over short-term productivity at any cost. Stopping is how the body prevents damage. And right now, your body is asking you to stop. Not to punish you, not because you failed, but to protect you, to prevent the damage that accumulates when safety signals are continuously ignored, to keep minor exhaustion from becoming major breakdown, to preserve your long-term health and function. This is self-preservation. This is wisdom. This is your body loving you enough to make stopping feel necessary, unavoidable, impossible to ignore. So honor that signal tonight. Stop fighting the safety system that's trying to protect you. Let your body do what it knows how to do. Prevent damage. Maintain function. Keep you healthy not just for today, but for all the days ahead. Stopping is how the body prevents damage. And tonight, stopping is how you protect yourself, how you respect yourself, how you choose long-term health over short-term productivity. So stop. Finally, completely. Let the safety system do its job. Let prevention happen. Let your body protect you the way it's been designed to. Because stopping is not weakness. Stopping is how the body prevents damage. And you've earned this protection. You've been treating stillness like it's the absence of something important, the absence of productivity, the absence of progress, the absence of value. Like stillness is what's left over when all the meaningful activity stops. Like it's empty space, wasted time, nothing happening. But this belief is completely backward. Stillness is not empty. It's not nothing. It's not the absence of function. Stillness is itself a functional state, an active state, a state where crucial processes happen that cannot happen any other way. Think about a field left fallow for a season. To someone who doesn't understand agriculture, it might look like nothing is happening, like the field is just sitting there, empty and unused. But a farmer knows better. The farmer knows that fallow time is when the soil restores itself, when nutrients rebuild, when the earth recovers its capacity to grow crops in the future. The field isn't doing nothing. It's doing something essential, something that looks like stillness from the outside, but is actually intense restoration happening beneath the surface. Your body works exactly the same way. When you're still, when you're resting, when activity stops, you're not doing nothing. You're doing something that cannot happen while you're in motion. Your brain is consolidating memories, taking the experiences of the day and integrating them into long-term storage, processing emotions, making connections between ideas, solving problems that your conscious mind couldn't solve while it was busy. This happens in stillness, in rest, in the quiet moments when you're not actively thinking or doing or producing. Your body is repairing cellular damage. Your immune system is building defenses. Your muscles are rebuilding fibers broken down during activity. Your organs are processing and eliminating toxins. All of this requires stillness, requires rest, requires the state where energy isn't being directed toward activity and can instead be used for restoration. Your nervous system is recalibrating, resetting stress responses, allowing neurotransmitter levels to normalize, giving overstimulated pathways a chance to settle back to baseline. This cannot happen while you're activated, while you're in motion, while you're engaged with demands and stimuli and activity. Stillness is when your nervous system does its most important maintenance work, when it restores balance, when it repairs the wear and tear of being alive and engaged with the world. Your creativity is incubating ideas, making unexpected connections, processing inspiration in ways that only happen when your conscious mind stops trying so hard. The moments of insight, the sudden solutions, the creative breakthroughs, these almost always come during stillness, during rest, during the moments when you stop actively working on the problem. Because creativity requires space, mental space, the kind of space that only exists in stillness. Your emotional system is processing and integrating, making sense of feelings that arose during activity, allowing emotions to move through you rather than getting stuck, restoring emotional balance and regulation. This processing happens beneath conscious awareness, in the quiet, in the stillness, when you're not actively managing or controlling or performing. Stillness is a functional state, not because nothing is happening, but because everything essential is happening. All the restoration, repair, integration, and growth that cannot occur during activity. But we live in a culture that only values visible activity, that measures worth by what you're doing, producing, achieving. That treats rest like it's wasted time because the work happening during rest is invisible. So you've learned to feel guilty about stillness, to feel like you should always be doing something, to treat rest like it's stealing time from productivity. But this is backwards. Stillness is not stealing from your productivity. Stillness is what makes productivity possible. Without the restoration that happens in stillness, your activity becomes less and less effective. Your thinking becomes clouded. Your performance declines. Your capacity diminishes. Stillness is not the absence of productivity. It's the foundation of sustainable productivity. It's where your capacity to be productive tomorrow is built. Athletes understand this. They know that rest days are not optional, that the gains from training happen during recovery, not during the workout itself. That stillness is when the body actually builds strength. They don't feel guilty about rest days. They schedule them deliberately. They honor them as essential parts of the training process because they understand that stillness is functional. You need to understand this too, especially tonight, when your body is asking for stillness, when every part of you is trying to shift into this essential functional state. Stillness is not nothing. It's not empty. It's not wasted. It's not time you could be spending better. It's not evidence that you're lazy or unmotivated or insufficiently dedicated. Stillness is your body doing essential work. Work that cannot happen any other way. Work that your activity depends on. Work that makes everything else in your life possible. So when you're still tonight, when you finally stop moving and let rest happen, you're not failing to be productive. You're engaging in a different kind of productivity, the kind that's invisible, the kind that happens beneath the surface, the kind that restores your capacity to show up for life tomorrow. Stillness is a functional state. Let this truth settle into you. Let it change how you think about rest. Let it remove the guilt that's been making stillness feel wrong. You're not doing nothing when you rest. You're doing something essential, something your body desperately needs, something that makes all your activity possible and sustainable. So be still tonight, completely still. Not as empty time between productive moments, but as a functional state that's just as important as activity. Maybe more important. Because stillness is where restoration happens, where healing occurs, where capacity rebuilds, where you become able to meet tomorrow with actual energy instead of just fumes. Stillness as a functional state. And tonight, you're finally allowing yourself to enter it, to stop treating rest like it's nothing, to honor the essential work that happens when you're still. So, be still now. Let the function happen. Let your body do its invisible, essential work. Let stillness be exactly what it is, not empty, but full of restoration, full of healing, full of the quiet work that makes everything else possible. Stillness is a functional state. And tonight, that's exactly the state you need. Your body has been sending you messages all day, and if you're honest with yourself, probably for much longer than that. Small messages at first. A yawn in the afternoon. A heaviness behind your eyes. A moment when concentration became just a little harder than it should be. These weren't random sensations. They weren't meaningless static. They were your body speaking to you in the only language it has. The language of sensation, of fatigue, of subtle signals that say, clearly and directly, it's time to stop. But you didn't stop then. You pushed through. You had things to do, responsibilities to meet, tasks that couldn't wait. So you overrode the signal and kept going. And your body, patient as always, sent another message. A little louder this time. Muscles that felt heavier. Thoughts that moved slower. A tiredness that settled deeper into your bones. Still, you kept going. Because you've learned that fatigue is something to ignore. That tiredness is something to push through. That your body's signals are suggestions, not requirements. But they're not suggestions. They're information. Clear, accurate information about your internal state, about your resources, about when it's time to stop. The body knows when it's time to stop. It always has. It's been monitoring your energy levels, your stress hormones, your cellular function since the moment you were born. It knows things your conscious mind doesn't know, can't know, because it's tracking thousands of variables simultaneously, assessing your capacity in ways that happen far beneath your awareness. And when all of those variables reach a certain threshold, when your body's assessment determines that continuing would be harmful, it sends a signal. Fatigue. Clear, unmistakable fatigue. Not as punishment, not as weakness, but as information. The same way hunger tells you that you need food. The same way thirst tells you that you need water. The same way pain tells you to remove your hand from the hot stove. Fatigue tells you that you need rest, that your systems are depleted, that it's time to stop before depletion becomes damage. This signal is not optional. It's not something you can simply decide to ignore without consequences. Because your body will get what it needs, one way or another. Either you'll stop voluntarily, honoring the signal when it's still gentle, or your body will eventually force you to stop, making the signal so loud and unavoidable that you have no choice. Think about all the times in your life when your body had to force the issue, when you got sick and had no choice but to rest, when exhaustion became so complete that you physically couldn't continue. Those weren't random events. Those were your body making decisions for you because you wouldn't make them for yourself. Your body knows when it's time to stop. And right now, it's telling you, not with force, not yet, but with clear, insistent messages that you're feeling in every part of yourself. The tiredness isn't lying to you. It's not exaggerating. It's not being dramatic or weak or insufficient. It's being honest, perfectly, accurately honest about your internal state, about what you need, about when it's time to stop. And you can trust this honesty. You can trust that your body isn't asking you to stop for no reason, that it's not sending false alarms or unnecessary warnings. Your body has kept you alive for decades. It's navigated countless challenges, recovered from injuries, fought off infections, maintained your existence through everything you've experienced. It knows what it's doing. It's good at what it does. And when it tells you it's time to stop, that information is based on real data from real systems that need real rest. But somewhere along the way, you learned not to trust these signals. You learned that external demands should override internal wisdom, that what you need to do is more important than what your body needs. You learned to treat fatigue like an enemy, an obstacle, a weakness to overcome, rather than information to respect. And maybe that made sense in certain moments. Maybe there were times when you genuinely had to push through, when stopping wasn't possible, when the external situation demanded more than you had to give. But those moments should be exceptions, not the rule. Emergency protocols, not standard operating procedure. Instead, you've been living like every moment is an emergency, like you always have to override your body's wisdom, like stopping when you're tired is something you can't afford. But you can afford it. You can't afford not to, because ignoring your body's signals doesn't make them go away. It just makes them get louder and louder until they can't be ignored. The body knows when it's time to stop, and right now, it knows. It's sending you that message with everything it has. The heaviness you're feeling isn't weakness. It's accurate information. The fatigue pressing down on you isn't a failure. It's a clear signal. And the signal says, now, it's time now, not later. After one more thing, not tomorrow, after you've done enough. Now, your body has done its assessment. It's monitored your resources, checked your systems, evaluated your capacity, and it's reached a conclusion based on data you can't consciously access but can absolutely trust. It's time to stop, time to rest, time to give your systems what they need to restore themselves. This isn't negotiable. This isn't something you can bargain with or postpone indefinitely. This is your body telling you what it needs, when it needs it, and you can argue with that signal. You can tell yourself that you should be able to keep going, that you don't have time to be tired, that other people manage more with less. But your body doesn't care about those stories. It doesn't care about what you think you should be able to do. It only cares about what you actually can do sustainably. And right now, the sustainable thing is to stop, to honor the signal, to trust that your body knows what it's talking about. Because it does know. It's been taking care of you your entire life. It's never sent you a false signal, never given you information that wasn't based on real need. The fatigue is real. The need is real. The message is clear. The body knows when it's time to stop. And it's telling you, right now, with absolute clarity, it's time. You can trust this. You can believe it. You can act on it without guilt or doubt, or the need to justify it to anyone, including yourself. Your body knows, and what it knows right now is that you need to stop. Not because you're weak, not because you failed, not because you didn't try hard enough, but because you've gone far enough for today. because your systems need restoration, because continuing from this depleted state would cause more harm than good. The body knows when it's time to stop. Listen to it, trust it, honor it, because that signal you're feeling, that overwhelming tiredness, that desperate need to rest, that's not your enemy. That's your body loving you enough to tell you the truth, to give you accurate information, to let you know, clearly and unmistakably, that it's time. Time to stop. Time to rest. Time to give yourself what your body is asking for. The body knows when it's time to stop. And the time is now. There's a fear that lives in the back of your mind, so familiar you might not even notice it anymore. It's the fear that if you pause, if you stop, if you let go of your grip on everything even for a moment, something will break, something will fall apart, something will collapse, something that's barely holding together will finally shatter because you weren't there to keep it intact. This fear keeps you going long past when you should stop. It keeps you holding on when you should let go. It keeps you vigilant when you should rest. But here's what you need to know tonight. Nothing breaks when you pause. Nothing shatters. Nothing collapses. This fear is lying to you. It's been lying to you for a long time. And it's time to see the lie for what it is. Think about all the other times in your life when you've had to pause, when you've been forced to stop, when circumstances made continuing impossible, when you were sick, when you went on vacation, when you simply had to sleep because your body gave you no choice. What happened during those pauses? Did everything fall apart? Did your life collapse? Did the things you were holding together shatter into pieces? No, they didn't. They waited. They continued existing. They stayed intact without your constant attention. Because the truth is that most things are far more stable than your anxiety makes them seem. Most situations are far more resilient than you believe. Most of what you think is fragile is actually quite sturdy. Your relationships don't break because you paused for a night of sleep. The people in your life are not so delicate that 8 hours without your attention will damage them irreparably. They're whole people with their own lives, their own resilience, their own capacity to exist without you for a while. Your work doesn't collapse because you rested. The projects you're involved in, the responsibilities you carry, they existed before tonight, and they'll exist after tonight. Pausing doesn't undo what you've already done. Stopping doesn't erase your progress. Resting doesn't break what you've built. Your home doesn't fall apart because you stopped managing it for a few hours. The dishes will still be there tomorrow. The laundry will wait. The tasks you didn't finish will remain unfinished, which is exactly what they are right now anyway. Nothing breaks, nothing shatters, nothing collapses. The fear tells you that you're the only thing holding everything together, that your constant effort is the glue keeping your life intact, that if you stop, even briefly, it will all fall to pieces. But this is not true. This has never been true. This is anxiety speaking, not reality. Reality is that most things hold themselves together just fine. They don't require your constant supervision. They don't need you to be watching every moment to prevent catastrophe. Life is far more stable than your exhausted mind believes. And most of what you think will break is actually quite capable of existing without your immediate attention. The world didn't stop turning all the other times you slept. Your life didn't end all the other times you rested. Nothing broke all the other times you paused. And nothing will break tonight either. Not because there's nothing important in your life, but because important things are not as fragile as your fear suggests. Think about a building. It looks like it needs constant attention, constant maintenance, constant care. And over time, it does need those things. But if you walk away from a building for a night, does it collapse? Does it crumble? Does it fall apart? No, it stands. It remains. It waits patiently for your return. Your life is the same way. It needs your attention over time. It needs your care, your effort, your engagement. But it doesn't need these things every single moment. It can stand on its own for a while. It can remain stable without your constant monitoring. It can wait for you to rest and return refreshed. Nothing breaks when you pause. This is one of the most important truths you can learn. Because as long as you believe that pausing is dangerous, you'll never feel safe enough to truly rest. You'll always be half vigilant, half ready, half engaged, even when you're trying to sleep. Because you'll be listening for the sound of something breaking, watching for the signs of collapse, waiting for the catastrophe that justifies your fear. But the catastrophe doesn't come. It never does. Because pausing is not dangerous. Stopping is not destruction. Resting is not abandonment. It's just a pause, a temporary stopping, a moment when you step back and let everything exist without your hands actively holding it. And during that pause, nothing breaks. Everything waits. Everything holds. Everything remains stable enough to still be there when you return. Your fear wants you to believe that you're indispensable, that nothing can function without you, that your constant attention is all that stands between order and chaos. But this is not respect for your importance. This is a prison that keeps you from resting because you believe the walls will collapse if you're not holding them up. But the walls are stronger than that. Your life is more stable than that. The things you care about are more resilient than your anxiety gives them credit for. Nothing breaks when you pause. You've proven this hundreds of times already. Every night you've slept, every time you've been forced to stop. And yet the fear returns. Because fear doesn't learn from experience. Fear doesn't update based on evidence. Fear just keeps insisting that this time will be different. This time things will break. This time the pause will be catastrophic. But it won't be. It never is. Because nothing breaks when you pause. The relationships that matter will still matter tomorrow. The work that's important will still be important. The responsibilities that are real will still be real. Nothing disappears. Nothing shatters. Nothing collapses. Everything just waits. Patiently. Quietly. Without drama or catastrophe or the disasters your fear predicts. And tomorrow, when you return to everything rested instead of exhausted, you'll be able to engage with it all more effectively, more clearly, with more capacity and presence and energy. So the pause doesn't just fail to break things. The pause actually makes things better. Because you return to your life able to actually show up for it. Nothing breaks when you pause. Let this truth sink in. Let it override the fear that's been keeping you from rest. Let yourself test it tonight. Pause. Stop. Rest completely. And tomorrow, you'll see for yourself. Nothing broke. Nothing shattered. Nothing collapsed. Everything waited, everything held, everything remained, just as it has every other time you've rested, just as it will every time you rest in the future. Nothing breaks when you pause. This is not faith. This is not hope. This is proven fact from your own life experience. So rest tonight. Pause completely. Let everything exist without you for these hours, and trust that nothing will break, because it won't. It never does. Nothing breaks when you pause. So, pause now, finally, completely, and let everything hold itself while you rest. Look back across your life for a moment, across all the years you've lived, all the experiences you've had. There have been hard times, times when you pushed too far, times when you kept going past the point of wisdom, times when you were running on empty but couldn't seem to stop. And in those times, what saved you? What pulled you back from the edge of complete breakdown? What kept you from burning out so completely that you couldn't recover? Stopping. The moments when you finally stopped, when you couldn't go any further and had to rest. When your body made the decision for you and forced you to pause. Those moments felt like defeat at the time. Perhaps, like you'd failed to be strong enough to keep going, like you'd given in to weakness. But looking back now, you can see them differently. Those weren't moments of failure. Those were moments of survival. Stopping has kept you alive before, more times than you probably realize, in ways both dramatic and subtle. The time you were getting sick and finally let yourself stay in bed instead of pushing through. That stopped you from developing something more serious. That kept a simple cold from becoming pneumonia. That let your immune system do its work. Stopping kept you alive, kept you healthy, prevented damage that would have been far worse than the inconvenience of rest. The time you were so exhausted you couldn't think straight and finally admitted you needed help. That stopped you from making a serious mistake. That prevented a decision made in depletion from causing lasting harm. Stopping kept you functional, kept you safe, gave you space to recover enough clarity to navigate life wisely. The time you were emotionally depleted and withdrew for a while to recover, that stopped you from damaging relationships in ways that might have been permanent. That gave you space to regulate before reacting. Stopping kept your connections intact, kept you from doing harm you'd regret, allowed you to return to people you care about with more presence and less reactivity. Every time you've stopped when you needed to, whether by choice or by force, you've protected yourself. You've prevented worse outcomes. You've kept yourself alive and functional and capable of continuing. This is not weakness. This is not failure. This is how human beings survive difficult times. This is how we make it through periods of high stress and demand without completely breaking down. We stop, we rest, we recover, and then we continue. The people who never stop don't last. They burn out. They break. They reach a point where stopping is no longer a choice, but a collapse. But you're still here, still functioning, still capable, because you've stopped when you needed to, enough times to prevent total breakdown. Maybe you didn't stop as soon as you should have. Maybe you pushed too far before finally pausing. Maybe you wish you'd listened to your body's signals earlier, but you did stop, eventually. And that stopping is why you're here tonight, tired but intact, depleted but not destroyed. Stopping has kept you alive before. It's kept you functional. It's kept you from the kind of damage that doesn't easily heal. And tonight, stopping will do the same thing. It will protect you. It will prevent you from pushing into territory where recovery becomes complicated instead of straightforward. You're not giving up by stopping tonight. You're doing what has always worked, what has always protected you, what has kept you alive and functional through everything you've experienced. Think about the pattern of your life, the rhythm of effort and rest, of pushing and pausing, of going hard and then recovering. That rhythm is not random. That rhythm is what sustained you. That's what's allowed you to keep going through years and decades and all the challenges that time has brought. The stopping is as essential as the going. The pauses are as important as the effort. The rest is what makes continued activity possible. Without the times you've stopped, you wouldn't have made it this far. The continuous pushing would have broken you long ago. But you're not broken. You're tired. Yes. Depleted. Certainly. In need of rest. Absolutely. But not broken. Because you've stopped enough times to prevent breaking. Because you've rested enough to recover. Because you've paused enough to stay functional. Stopping has kept you alive before. It's a pattern you can trust. A strategy that's proven itself over and over in your own life. And tonight is another one of those moments. Another time when stopping is exactly what will keep you healthy, functional, capable of continuing tomorrow. This is not new. This is not unknown territory. This is something you've done successfully many times before. You know how to stop. You know how to rest. You know how to recover. You've done it again and again throughout your life. And each time you've done it, you've emerged able to continue, able to show up, able to engage with life again. Stopping didn't end anything. It sustained everything. It made ongoing life possible. Tonight is no different. Stopping now will sustain you, will protect you, will keep you alive and functional in the same way it always has. You can trust this pattern. You can rely on this rhythm. You can believe that stopping, it's not the end of your ability to function, but the protection of it. Stopping has kept you alive before. Not once, not twice, dozens of times, hundreds of times. Every night you've slept, every time you've rested when depleted, every moment you've paused to recover. All of those moments of stopping have added up to a life that's still here, still continuing, still capable of showing up. And tonight is another one of those life-sustaining moments, another time when stopping is exactly what you need, what will protect you, what will keep you able to continue. So stop now with confidence, with trust, with the knowledge that this is not failure but survival, not weakness but wisdom, not the end, but the essential pause that makes continuation possible. Stopping has kept you alive before, and tonight it will keep you alive again. Not just alive in the sense of breathing, but alive in the sense of functional, present, capable of engaging with your life tomorrow. All you have to do is what you've done before. Stop, rest, recover, and then continue. It's worked every other time. It will work tonight too. Stopping has kept you alive before. Trust that pattern. Honor that rhythm. Let stopping protect you one more time. Stop for a moment and listen. Really listen. Not to your thoughts, but to the actual environment around you right now. What do you hear? Silence, perhaps? Or distant sounds of the world continuing without you? maybe the hum of appliances, maybe nothing at all. Now ask yourself this question: what is actually demanding that you keep going right now? Not what you think should demand it, not what demanded it earlier today, not what might demand it tomorrow, but right now, in this actual moment, what is making a real demand for momentum? The answer is nothing. Nothing is currently demanding momentum. No person, no situation, no circumstance, nothing. This is crucial to understand because your mind is full of demands, full of shoulds and musts and have-tos, full of urgency and pressure and the feeling that you can't possibly stop. But these demands are not coming from the present moment. They're coming from your thoughts about other moments, about tomorrow, about responsibilities that exist but are not happening right now. Right now, this moment. There is no actual demand for you to keep going. No timer counting down. No emergency unfolding. No crisis requiring immediate action. There is only you, lying in bed, and the quiet night around you. And neither you nor the night is demanding momentum. Your body is not demanding momentum. It's demanding the opposite. It's asking you to stop, to be still, to rest. Your mind might be demanding momentum. It might be insisting that you should be doing something, thinking something, solving something, planning something. But your mind is not the present moment. Your mind is thinking about other moments, other times, other demands that are not actually happening right now. The present moment is asking nothing of you except that you exist in it, that you breathe, that you allow yourself to be here without needing to go anywhere or do anything. Nothing is currently demanding momentum. This is not a trick. This is not dangerous. This is just the truth of this specific moment. Yes, there are demands in your life, responsibilities that need attention, tasks that need completing, problems that need solving. But none of them need attention right now, right this moment, at this hour of the night when you're lying in bed trying to rest. They needed attention earlier. They'll need attention tomorrow. But right now, they're just waiting, existing without urgency, content to be addressed when the appropriate time comes. And this is not that time. This is rest time. This is the time when demands pause, when momentum stops, when nothing is required of you except that you let your body do what it needs to do. The world is not waiting for you to keep going. It's continuing just fine without your momentum. Other people are sleeping, or living their own lives, or dealing with their own things. None of them need you to maintain momentum right now. Your work is not waiting for momentum. Your work is waiting for tomorrow, for business hours, for the time when you're actually present and capable, not depleted and exhausted at night. Your relationships are not waiting for momentum. The people you care about are not expecting you to maintain constant forward motion. They're expecting you to be a human being who sleeps, who rests, who takes care of themselves. Even your own goals and dreams are not demanding momentum right now. They're patient. They're willing to wait for you to be rested and clear-headed. They don't benefit from your exhausted midnight striving. Nothing is currently demanding momentum. This is permission. This is freedom. This is the truth that allows you to finally stop without guilt. Because you're not avoiding anything by stopping. You're not neglecting anything. You're not failing to meet demands that are actually present. You're just recognizing reality. The reality that this moment contains no demands for momentum. The reality that stopping now is appropriate, wise, exactly what this time is for. Your mind will argue. It will list all the things that need doing, all the problems that need solving, all the reasons you should maintain momentum. But ask your mind, do any of those things need doing right this second? Is there anything on that list that cannot wait until morning? And the honest answer, almost always, is no. Nothing on that list is a true right now emergency. Nothing requires momentum at this moment. They require momentum at other moments. During the day, during work hours, during times when you're rested and capable. But not now. Not while you're exhausted. Not while your body is begging for rest. Not while the appropriate thing is to stop. Not to keep going. Nothing is currently demanding momentum. Let this truth settle over you like a soft blanket. There is no pressure right now except the pressure you're creating with your thoughts. There is no urgency except the false urgency of an anxious mind. The actual present moment is quiet, still, free of demands, asking only that you rest in it. So rest. Stop resisting the absence of demands. Stop creating false urgency to justify momentum you don't need to maintain. Just be here, in this quiet moment, where nothing is demanding that you keep going, where stopping is not only allowed, but exactly right. Nothing is currently demanding momentum, so let momentum fade. Let forward motion stop. Let yourself finally be still, because this moment is not asking you to go anywhere. It's asking you to be here, fully here, at rest, without momentum. And that's not failure. That's not laziness. That's not avoiding your life. That's just being present in a moment that contains no demands. That requires no movement. That asks nothing except that you allow yourself to rest. Nothing is currently demanding momentum. So stop. Finally, completely, and let this moment hold you without asking you to go anywhere at all. There's an invisible clock that's been running in your mind, and you might not have even noticed it's there. It's been ticking away in the background of your thoughts, creating urgency where none exists, manufacturing deadlines that aren't real, making every moment feel like you're running out of time. This clock tells you that you should have done more by now, that you're behind schedule, that time is running out and you need to hurry. Hurry, hurry before it's too late. But here's what you need to understand. Tonight, you are not being timed right now. There is no clock counting down. There is no deadline approaching. There is no timer measuring whether you're fast enough, productive enough, accomplishing enough. That pressure you feel, that sense of racing against time, it's not coming from reality. It's coming from a story your mind has been telling you for so long that it feels like truth. But it's not truth. It's just a story. And tonight, you can stop believing it. Think about what actual deadlines look like. Real deadlines have specific dates, specific times, concrete consequences if they're not met. A project due at work tomorrow morning. A bill that must be paid by the 15th. A meeting scheduled for 3 o'clock. Those are real deadlines, real timers, real external pressures that exist independently of your thoughts about them. But right now, lying in this bed, in this quiet night, what deadline actually exists? What timer is actually running? None. There is no deadline tonight. There is no timer. There is no schedule you're falling behind on. The only pressure to perform exists in your mind. The only countdown is one you're creating with your own thoughts. The only race is one you're running against yourself. And you can stop. You can stop racing. You can stop timing yourself. You can stop measuring your worth by how fast you're moving or how much you're accomplishing. Because you are not being timed right now. This moment is not a test with a time limit. This night is not a race you need to finish before some buzzer sounds. This is just time. Pure, simple time, moving at its own pace, indifferent to your anxiety about it. Continuing whether you're productive or resting. And time doesn't care what you do with it. Time doesn't judge you for resting. Time doesn't penalize you for stopping. Time just continues, steady and neutral, while you choose how to exist within it. You've been living like every moment is being timed, like someone is keeping score, like you're constantly being measured against some standard of how much you should accomplish in how little time. But who is keeping this score? Who is holding this stopwatch? Who is measuring you against this impossible standard? Nobody real, nobody external, just you, just your own mind, creating pressure that doesn't exist anywhere except in your thoughts. And the cruel irony is that this constant feeling of being timed doesn't make you more productive. It makes you exhausted. It makes every moment feel urgent. It makes rest feel impossible because rest feels like lost time. But time is not lost when you rest. Time doesn't care if you rest or work. Time just passes. Same speed, same rhythm, whether you're active or still. You are not being timed right now. Let this truth sink in. Let it undo the knot of urgency that's been tightening in your chest. There is no countdown. There is no deadline. There is no timer that will go off if you don't accomplish something in the next hour, the next minute, the next second. There is only this moment. And this moment is not asking you to race. It's not demanding speed. It's not measuring your productivity. It's just here, quiet, still, offering itself to you without conditions or time limits. Think about how different life feels when you're not being timed, when you're doing something just for the pleasure of it, with no schedule, no deadline, no pressure to finish quickly. Reading a book you love, having a conversation with someone you care about, walking somewhere beautiful with nowhere you need to be. Those moments feel different, don't they? Spacious, peaceful, like you can breathe fully because there's no clock in the background creating artificial urgency. That's what this moment can feel like too, because there is no clock in the background. There never was. You've just been believing there was for so long that the absence of a timer feels strange. But strange doesn't mean wrong. Strange just means different from the constant pressure you've been living under. You are not being timed right now. This is not a productivity test. This is not a race against some deadline. This is not a moment where you're falling behind or failing to keep up. This is just a moment, a simple, ordinary moment where you're lying in bed and your body needs rest. And that need doesn't have a time limit. Your body isn't timing you, measuring whether you're resting fast enough or efficiently enough. Your body is just asking for what it needs, patiently, without urgency. The urgency is coming from your mind, from years of being told that time is money, that every moment should be productive, that rest is wasted time. But these are lies, damaging lies that have made you believe you're constantly running out of time when time is actually the one thing you have plenty of right now. You have all night, all the hours between now and morning. No timer, no deadline, no schedule to keep. Just time, quiet and patient, waiting for you to stop racing through it and simply exist within it. You are not being timed right now, so stop rushing, stop pushing, stop treating this moment like it's a race you need to win. Just be here, slowly, gently, without pressure or urgency or the need to accomplish anything before some imaginary buzzer sounds. Because there is no buzzer. There is no finish line. There is no timer measuring your performance. There is only you, and this bed, and this quiet night, and all the time you need to rest. Not timed, not measured, not judged. Just allowed. Just here. Just peaceful. You are not being timed right now, so let yourself slow down. Let yourself stop. Let yourself rest at whatever pace feels right, without pressure, without urgency, without the constant anxiety of running out of time. Because you're not running out of time. Time is here, present, available. Not counting down, but just existing, steady and patient. And within that time, you're allowed to rest for as long as you need, without watching the clock, without measuring efficiency, without timing yourself. You are not being timed right now. This is freedom. This is permission. This is the truth that allows you to finally stop racing and start resting. So rest now, slowly, gently, without urgency, without deadlines, without any timer except the natural rhythm of your own body settling into sleep. You are not being timed. So take all the time you need, all the time in the world, all the quiet, peaceful, unhurried time that this moment offers. There is no clock. There is no countdown. There is only rest. And rest doesn't happen on a schedule. It happens when you finally stop timing yourself and allow it. You've been performing for an invisible audience, and the performance has exhausted you. Every choice you make, every moment you rest, every time you stop, you feel like you're being watched, evaluated, judged for whether you're doing enough, being enough, pushing hard enough. This feeling of being observed is so constant that you might not even notice it anymore. It's just always there, this sense that someone is watching, someone is keeping track, someone is noticing whether you're maintaining momentum or allowing yourself to stop. But here's the truth that will set you free tonight. The world is not watching you stop. Nobody is observing. Nobody is keeping score. Nobody is writing down in some cosmic ledger that you rested when you could have kept going. The audience you've been performing for doesn't exist. It never did. It's been a projection of your own mind, a story about external judgment that's actually just internal pressure. Think about this honestly. Right now, at this hour, who is actually aware that you're lying here trying to rest nobody? Not one person in the world is watching you. Not one person is judging whether you're stopping at the right time or the wrong time. The people who know you are either sleeping themselves, or living their own lives, or dealing with their own concerns. None of them are thinking about you right now. None of them are monitoring your rest. Your boss is not watching to see if you're resting when you should be working. Your boss is probably asleep, or with family, or dealing with their own life entirely separate from yours. Your colleagues are not keeping track of when you rest. They're not comparing your stamina to theirs. They're not judging you for being tired. Your friends are not watching. They're not evaluating whether you're maintaining the right pace. They're not disappointed that you need to stop. Your family is not monitoring your productivity. They're not measuring whether you're doing enough. They're not keeping a running tally of your rest versus your activity. Nobody is watching. Nobody is judging. Nobody even knows or cares that you're lying here right now, tired and needing rest. This feeling of being watched is entirely internal. It's the internalized voice of every expectation you've ever absorbed. Every message about productivity and worth and never being enough. You've taken all those external voices from your past and made them into an internal audience, a panel of judges that watches everything you do and evaluates whether you're meeting impossible standards. But these judges are not real. They're not actual people with actual opinions about your rest. They're just echoes, memories, stories you tell yourself about what others expect. And even if some people in your life do have expectations, and those expectations are not watching you right now, those people are not here. They're not in this room. They're not observing this moment. They're somewhere else entirely, living their own lives, probably not thinking about you at all. The world is not watching you stop. This is one of the most liberating truths you can accept, because as long as you believe you're being watched, you can never fully rest. You're always performing, always aware of the audience, always managing the impression you're making. But when you realize there is no audience, when you truly understand that nobody is watching, you can finally stop performing. You can rest without wondering how it looks. You can stop without worrying about judgment. You can take care of yourself without concerning yourself with what anyone else might think, because they're not thinking anything. They're not watching. They're not aware. They're not there. It's just you, in this room, in this bed, with no observers, no judges, no audience at all. Just you and your tired body and the permission to finally rest without performing for anyone. Think about how much energy you've been spending on managing this imaginary audience, on making sure you look productive enough, dedicated enough, strong enough. That energy could have been used for actual rest, for actual recovery, for taking care of yourself instead of managing impressions. But you can reclaim that energy tonight. You can let go of the invisible audience. You can stop performing and start actually resting, because the world is not watching you stop. The world is busy with its own concerns, its own dramas, its own endless cycle of activity and rest. The world doesn't care if you rest tonight. It doesn't even notice. It just continues, vast and indifferent, while you make your small private choice to stop. And that indifference is not cruel. It's freeing. It means you're released from the burden of being constantly watched, released from the pressure of constant performance. You can be unwatched, unobserved, unknown, just yourself, in private, with nobody monitoring whether you're doing it right. The world is not watching you stop. So stop performing strength you don't have. Stop pretending you're not tired. Stop managing the impression that you can keep going when you can't. Nobody is watching that performance. Nobody is applauding your exhausted determination. Nobody even knows it's happening. It's just you, watching yourself, judging yourself by standards that no actual person is applying to you right now. So, let the imaginary audience go. Release the invisible judges. Stop performing for people who aren't there. And in the privacy of this unwatched moment, finally rest, really rest. without concern for how it looks or what anyone thinks, because nobody is looking. Nobody is thinking about it. Nobody is there, just you. And in that aloneness, that privacy, that freedom from observation, you can finally be honest about how tired you are. You can finally stop performing, stop pretending, stop trying to appear stronger than you feel. You can just be tired, just be human. Just be someone who needs rest and is taking it. The world is not watching you stop. This is permission. This is freedom. This is the truth that makes rest possible. So rest now, unwatched, unjudged, unobserved, just yourself, in private, finally allowed to be exactly as tired as you actually are. Nobody is watching. Nobody is judging. Nobody even knows. And in that blessed invisibility, that freedom from observation, you can finally rest without performance, without pretense, without any concern except taking care of yourself. The world is not watching you stop. So stop. Finally, completely, in private, in peace, without audience, without judges, without anyone watching at all. Just rest. There's a debt you've been carrying that was never real to begin with. It's the belief that you owe other people your continuous presence, your constant availability, your uninterrupted effort. That stopping means failing them. That pausing means letting them down. That rest is somehow breaking a promise you made to maintain constant forward motion. But here's what needs to be said. Clearly, you do not owe continuity to anyone. Not to your employer, not to your family, not to your friends, not to anyone who knows you or depends on you or has expectations of you. You don't owe them constant, unbroken, continuous anything. Not effort, not availability, not productivity, not presence. What you owe people, what real relationships are actually built on, is showing up when you're capable of showing up. Being present when you have presence to offer. Giving what you can give when you actually have it to give. And sometimes, what you have to give is nothing, because you're depleted, because you need rest, because continuity is not sustainable, and trying to maintain it is destroying you. Nobody who genuinely cares about you wants you to destroy yourself for the sake of appearing continuous. Nobody who loves you wants your broken, exhausted, depleted version just to maintain some illusion of constant availability. They want you rested, they want you healthy, they want you sustainable, even if they don't know how to say that, even if they seem to want more from you than you have to give. What they actually want, what everyone actually wants, is the version of you that's capable of genuine presence. And that version only exists when you rest, when you stop, when you break continuity, when you say, "Not right now, I need to take care of myself." You do not owe continuity to anyone. This is not selfishness. This is basic boundary setting. This is recognizing that you're a human being with limits, not a machine that can run continuously. Think about what continuity actually requires. It requires ignoring your own needs, overriding your own signals, pushing past your own limits. It requires treating yourself as less important than the appearance of constant availability. It requires sacrificing your well-being on the altar of never disappointing anyone. And maybe you've been doing this for so long that it feels normal, that it feels like what you're supposed to do, that breaking continuity feels like betrayal. But you're not betraying anyone by resting. You're not letting anyone down by being human. You're not failing at relationships by acknowledging that you have limits. Real relationships can survive breaks in continuity, can survive you saying, "I need to stop for a while," can survive you taking care of yourself instead of always taking care of them. In fact, real relationships become healthier when both people acknowledge that continuity is impossible, that everyone needs breaks, that rest is not optional. The relationships that can't survive your rest, that demand continuous availability, continuous effort, continuous presence, those relationships are not sustainable anyway. They're built on a foundation that will eventually crumble because it requires you to function in ways that are impossible long term. You do not owe continuity to anyone. Not your employer who benefits from your work, not your family who depends on your care, not your friends who enjoy your company. What you owe them is the truth that you're human, that you have limits, that you need rest, that continuity is an illusion you can no longer maintain. And if they can't accept that truth, if they demand continuous availability despite your exhaustion, then they're asking for something that will eventually break you. And breaking yourself to maintain continuity doesn't serve anyone. Not them, not you, not the relationship. It just creates a slow collapse where everyone loses, where you burn out, where they get your depleted, resentful, exhausted version, where the relationship strains under the weight of unrealistic expectations. You do not owe continuity to anyone. This boundary is essential. This truth is non-negotiable. This understanding is what makes sustainable relationships possible. Because sustainable means breaks, means pauses, means times when you're not available because you're taking care of yourself. And people who truly value you will understand this, will support this, will want this for you because they want you healthy, not broken. The people who protest when you set boundaries around continuity, who make you feel guilty for resting, who pressure you to maintain constant availability, those people are asking you to sacrifice yourself. Maybe they don't realize that's what they're asking. Maybe they're just repeating patterns from their own lives. Maybe they're as trapped in the myth of continuity as you've been. But their lack of awareness doesn't create an obligation for you. Their patterns don't require your participation. Their expectations don't trump your needs. You do not owe continuity to anyone. And tonight, you can start practicing this truth. You can rest without feeling like you're breaking a promise. You can stop without feeling like you're letting people down. You can take care of yourself without guilt about failing to maintain constant availability. Because continuity was never the promise. The promise was to show up when you're able, to be present when you have presence to offer, to give what you can give when you actually have it. And right now, what you have to give is nothing. Because you need rest, because you're depleted, because maintaining the illusion of continuity has left you with nothing to actually offer anyone. So rest. Break the continuity. Let there be gaps and pauses and times when you're simply not available. Not because you don't care, not because relationships don't matter, but because you understand that real relationships require both people to be sustainable. And you can't be sustainable while maintaining impossible continuity. You can only be sustainable if you rest, if you stop, if you acknowledge your limits and honor them. You do not owe continuity to anyone. This is the truth that allows you to rest without guilt, to stop without shame, to take care of yourself without feeling like you're betraying everyone who knows you. So rest tonight. Break the continuity. Let yourself be unavailable. Let yourself stop, not as betrayal, not as failure, but as basic self-preservation, as honoring your humanity, as setting the boundaries that make long-term relationships actually possible. You do not owe continuity to anyone. So stop trying to provide it. Stop destroying yourself to maintain it. Stop believing that rest is somehow letting everyone down. Rest is not betrayal. Rest is sustainability. And sustainable is the only way forward that works for anyone. So rest now, without guilt, without obligation, without the burden of owing continuity to anyone, because you don't. You never did. That debt was never real. What's real is your need for rest. And tonight, finally, you can honor that need. There's a fear that keeps you moving, even when you're exhausted. And it goes deeper than you might realize. It's the fear that if you stop, everything you've accomplished will somehow disappear. That pausing will erase your progress. That rest will undo all the work you've already done. Like your life is a sandcastle that will wash away the moment you stop actively building it. Like your achievements are written in disappearing ink that fades if you're not constantly refreshing it. But this fear is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of how reality works. And understanding the truth can finally allow you to rest. Pausing does not erase what you've done. Nothing you've accomplished disappears when you stop. Nothing you've built collapses when you rest. What you've done is done. Complete, finished. It exists independently of your current activity. It doesn't require your constant attention to remain real. Think about something you accomplished years ago, a degree you earned, a skill you developed, a relationship you built, a project you completed. Did it disappear because you stopped actively working on it? Did your degree unhappen because you're not currently in school? Did the skill evaporate because you're not practicing it this very moment? No. What you did is permanent. It happened. It's part of your history. It stays accomplished regardless of what you're doing now. The same is true for what you did today, this week, this month, this year. All of it stays done. All of it remains accomplished. All of it continues existing, whether you're actively working or peacefully resting. Pausing does not erase what you've done. This is not faith or hope. This is simple cause and effect. Actions that have already occurred continue to have occurred. Accomplishments that are already complete continue to be complete. Your rest doesn't reach backward in time and undo your work. Your pause doesn't retroactively erase your effort. Your stopping doesn't make your accomplishments vanish. But you've been living like it does. Living like you have to keep moving constantly, or everything you've built will somehow cease to exist. Where did this belief come from? This idea that your accomplishments are so fragile that rest threatens them. Maybe from a culture that values productivity so highly that it makes rest seem dangerous. Maybe from experiences where you did lose ground when you stopped. Maybe from anxiety that makes everything feel fragile and temporary. But whatever the source, the belief is not accurate. Your accomplishments are more solid than that. Your progress is more permanent than that. Your work is more durable than that. You can pause, you can rest, you can stop completely. And when you return, everything you've done will still be there, still done, still accomplished, still real, waiting patiently for you to continue from where you left off. Think about a book you put down halfway through. Did the chapters you already read unhappen because you paused? Did the story reverse itself because you closed the book for a while? No. When you pick the book back up, you start where you left off. The previous chapters are still read. The progress is still made. The pause didn't erase anything. Your life works the same way. The progress you've made is still made. The work you've done is still done. The pause doesn't erase any of it. It just gives you space to rest before you continue. Space to restore before you build more. Space to recover before you add to what you've already accomplished. Pausing does not erase what you've done. In fact, pausing is often what allows you to appreciate what you've done. When you're constantly moving, constantly building, constantly adding more, you don't have perspective. You don't have space to see what you've actually accomplished. But when you pause, when you step back, when you rest suddenly, you can see it. All of it. Everything you've done that's still there, still real, still accomplished. The pause doesn't erase. The pause reveals. It shows you how much you've already done that you couldn't see while you were buried in constant doing. And sometimes that revelation is exactly what you need. The understanding that you've already done enough, that you've already accomplished so much, that you don't need to keep frantically adding more to prove your worth. What you've done speaks for itself. It doesn't need constant reinforcement. It doesn't need you to keep working without rest to prove it's real. It is real. It was real the moment you did it. And it stays real whether you're working or resting. Pausing does not erase what you've done. This truth should bring relief, not anxiety. It should make rest feel safe, not dangerous. Because it means you can stop without losing anything. You can rest without your accomplishments disappearing. You can pause without everything you've built collapsing. What you've done is permanent. What you've accomplished is secure. What you've built is stable. None of it depends on your constant activity to continue existing. So rest tonight, knowing that everything you've done today still counts. Everything you've accomplished this week remains accomplished. Everything you've built over months and years is still standing. The pause doesn't threaten any of it. The rest doesn't undo any of it. The stopping doesn't erase any of it. It's all still there. Still real, still yours, still accomplished, waiting patiently for you to return to it when you're rested. Pausing does not erase what you've done. So, pause now, rest now, stop now, without fear, without anxiety, without the belief that rest threatens your accomplishments, because it doesn't. It never has. That fear was never based on reality. Your accomplishments are more solid than you've been giving them credit for. They can survive your rest. They can survive your pause. They can survive you taking care of yourself instead of constantly working to prove they're real. They're already real. They're already done. They're already permanent. And they'll still be there tomorrow, unchanged, when you wake up rested. Pausing does not erase what you've done. So finally pause. Without fear, without loss, without anything disappearing. Everything you've done is still done. And you, finally, can rest. You've been taught that once you start something, you must finish it. That stopping in the middle is failure. That leaving something incomplete is somehow wrong, shameful, evidence of weakness or lack of commitment. And this belief has kept you pushing through exhaustion more times than you can count. Kept you going when you should have stopped. Kept you forcing yourself forward when your body was begging you to pause. But here's a truth that will change everything. You can stop mid-effort without consequence. Right in the middle, halfway through, before you reach any natural conclusion or finishing point. You can just stop, and nothing bad will happen. No punishment will come. No penalty will be assessed. No cosmic scorekeeper will mark you down for incompleteness. No real consequence will follow from stopping before you finish. This goes against everything you've learned, everything you've been taught about seeing things through, finishing what you start, never giving up before you're done. But those teachings weren't wrong, because completing things is bad. They were wrong because they made completion mandatory. They removed the option of stopping mid-effort when stopping is actually what you need. Think about what happens when you stop mid-effort. Really think about it. Not what you fear will happen, but what actually happens in reality. You stop. The task remains unfinished. And then, nothing. Nothing catastrophic. Nothing irreversible. Nothing that can't be addressed later when you're rested. The unfinished task doesn't disappear. It just waits. It stays exactly where you left it, patient and unchanged, ready for you to return when you're able. No alarm sounds. No disaster unfolds. No irreparable damage occurs. The world continues turning. Life goes on. Everything remains fundamentally okay. You can stop mid-effort without consequence. This is not theory. This is proven fact from every time you've had to stop before finishing because circumstances forced you to. When you got interrupted and had to leave something incomplete. When you ran out of time and had to walk away mid-task. When you simply couldn't continue and had to stop right where you were. What happened? Did you face terrible consequences? Did everything fall apart? Did stopping mid-effort create the disasters you feared? Or did you just return to it later, pick up where you left off, and finish it then? Did the incompleteness turn out to be completely manageable? Far less catastrophic than your anxiety predicted? Most likely the latter. Because stopping mid-effort rarely has the consequences we fear. It just creates temporary incompleteness. And temporary incompleteness is not a crisis. But you've been treating it like one. You've been pushing yourself to finish things even when continuing is harmful. Even when your body is depleted. Even when stopping would be wise. Because you believe that stopping mid-effort will have consequences. That you'll be punished somehow. That incompleteness is intolerable and must be avoided at all costs. But the cost of avoiding incompleteness is your health, your well-being, your capacity to function tomorrow. And that's too high a price to pay for the illusion that everything must be finished before you're allowed to stop. You can stop mid-effort without consequence. This means you can stop right now, tonight, in the middle of whatever you were thinking about or worrying about or trying to solve. You don't have to finish that thought before you sleep. You don't have to solve that problem before you rest. You don't have to complete that mental task before you're allowed to stop. You can just stop, mid-effort, mid-thought, mid-process, right in the middle of everything. And the consequence? There is no consequence, just incompleteness. just a thought that remains unfinished, just a problem that waits until tomorrow, just a process that pauses where it is. None of that is dangerous. None of that is failure. None of that creates real problems that can't be addressed later. The real problem is continuing when you shouldn't, pushing when you should stop. Forcing yourself to finish when stopping mid-effort is the wiser choice, because sometimes the wisest thing you can do is stop before you finish. Stop when you recognize that continuing will cost more than it's worth. Stop when your body signals that enough is enough. This is not giving up. This is not failure. This is discernment. This is knowing when to pause. This is understanding that finishing is not always more important than protecting your capacity to function. You can stop mid-effort without consequence. Let this truth free you from the tyranny of completion. Let it give you permission to stop when stopping is what you need. Not when you're finished, not when the task is done, not when you've reached some predetermined endpoint, but when you're tired, when you're depleted, when continuing would be harmful. Think about how this changes everything, how it removes the pressure to push through, how it makes stopping a choice you can make at any point, not just at designated completion points. You're allowed to stop in the middle, allowed to leave things unfinished, allowed to walk away before the natural conclusion, allowed to say, "That's enough for now," without waiting for permission from some external marker of doneness. The consequence, you fear the punishment, the failure, the catastrophe. It doesn't exist. It's never existed. It's just a story your mind tells to keep you pushing when stopping would be wise. But you don't have to believe that story anymore. You can test it. You can stop right now, mid-effort, and see for yourself. Nothing bad will happen. No punishment will come. No disaster will unfold. There will just be incompleteness. And incompleteness is temporary, manageable, completely acceptable. You can stop mid-effort without consequence. This is permission. This is freedom. This is the truth that allows rest to happen at any point, not just at predetermined stopping points. So, stop now. Don't wait until you finish whatever you are working on mentally. Don't push through to some imaginary completion point. Don't force yourself to keep going until you reach the end. Just stop. Right here, right now, mid-effort, mid-thought, mid-everything. And let the incompleteness be okay. Let the unfinished task wait. Let the mid-effort pause be exactly what it is, a wise choice to stop before you deplete yourself further. You can stop mid-effort without consequence. No punishment, no penalty, no disaster. Just rest, just stopping, just the wise choice to pause before you break. So make that choice now. Stop mid-effort, without guilt, without fear of consequence, without needing to finish first. Just stop, right in the middle, right where you are. Without consequence, without punishment, without anything except the relief of finally allowing yourself to rest. You can stop mid-effort without consequence, so stop now, finally, completely, right in the middle of everything, and rest. Look outside if you can, or just imagine what's happening in the world beyond your window right now. It's dark. The sun has set. The light that signals activity and wakefulness has withdrawn, and in its place is darkness. Deep, quiet darkness. This is not an accident. This is not random. This is design. Natural, biological, evolutionary design that has shaped life on this planet for billions of years. The night is designed for stopping, not as punishment, not as interruption, but as essential rhythm, as the other half of the cycle that makes life sustainable. Every living thing on this planet responds to this signal. When the light fades and darkness comes, activity slows, energy conserves, rest begins. Plants stop photosynthesizing, animals seek shelter, birds quiet their songs. Even the most active creatures slow down, settle down, prepare for the restoration that darkness allows. This is not weakness. This is not laziness. This is biology. This is how life works when it's working correctly, when it's honoring the natural rhythms that make long-term survival possible. And you are not exempt from this design. You are not special or different, or somehow able to override billions of years of evolutionary programming. You are a biological organism that evolved under the same sun, the same cycle of light and dark, the same rhythm of day and night. And your body knows this. Your body responds to darkness the same way every other living thing does, with the signal that it's time to stop, time to rest, time to allow the restoration that can only happen in darkness. But somewhere along the way, you started fighting this signal. You started treating darkness like it was optional, like artificial light could replace sunlight, like you could maintain daytime activity patterns indefinitely regardless of what the natural world was doing. And maybe for a while, you could. Modern life has given us the tools to override natural rhythms. Electric lights, screens, stimulants, ways to stay active and alert long past when our biology says we should be resting. But overriding a signal is not the same as eliminating the need for what that signal indicates. You can ignore darkness. You can stay active through the night. You can fight against your body's response to the absence of light. But you can't eliminate your need for what darkness is designed to provide. The deep, restorative rest that can only happen when activity stops, when stimulation decreases, when the body is allowed to shift into the repair and restoration mode that darkness signals. The night is designed for stopping. This is not a suggestion. This is not cultural conditioning. This is biology. This is the fundamental rhythm that your body was built to operate within. And when you fight against this rhythm, when you try to maintain daytime activity patterns through the night, you're not being strong or productive. You're creating dysfunction. You're asking your body to operate against its design. Think about what happens when you try to use any tool or machine in ways it wasn't designed for. It works poorly. It breaks down faster. It creates problems that wouldn't exist if you used it according to its design. Your body is the same. When you use it according to its design, active during light, resting during darkness, it works well. It stays healthy. It functions as it should. But when you try to override the design, when you demand daytime function during nighttime hours, dysfunction follows. Sleep problems, exhaustion, hormonal imbalances, metabolic issues, mental health struggles, not because you're weak, but because you're fighting against your fundamental biological design. The night is designed for stopping, and right now, it is night. The natural world is giving you the clearest possible signal that it's time to stop. The sun has withdrawn. Darkness has come. Every other living thing is responding to this signal by slowing down, settling down, preparing for rest. And you can respond to it too. You can honor the design instead of fighting it. You can acknowledge that your body knows what this darkness means and allow it to do what darkness is designed to trigger: stopping, resting, shifting into the restoration mode that can only happen when activity ceases and darkness is allowed to do its work. This is not giving in. This is not weakness. This is alignment. This is working with your biology instead of against it. This is respecting the design that has kept life alive and functional for billions of years. The night is designed for stopping. Every hormone in your body knows this. Your circadian rhythm is responding to this. Your cells are preparing for the repair work that happens during darkness. Your melatonin is rising, signaling sleep. Your cortisol is dropping, allowing rest. Your body temperature is lowering, preparing for the deep restoration that sleep provides. All of this is happening automatically, responding to the signal of darkness, following the design that's built into every cell of your body. And you can either fight this design, stay active, stay alert, override the signals with artificial stimulation, or you can honor it, allow it. Let your body do what darkness is designed to trigger. The night is designed for stopping. This is why you feel tired when darkness comes, why your energy naturally wanes as evening progresses, why your body keeps signaling that it's time to stop. Not because something is wrong with you, but because something is right, because your body is following its design, because the natural rhythm is trying to assert itself despite all your efforts to override it. And tonight, you can stop fighting. You can stop overriding. You can stop treating darkness like it's optional or irrelevant or something to push through. You can honor the signal, respect the design, allow darkness to do what it was designed to do. Trigger stopping, trigger rest, trigger the deep restoration that can only happen when you align with natural rhythms instead of fighting them. The night is designed for stopping. The darkness is here. The signal is clear. Your body is responding exactly as it should. All you need to do is stop fighting it. Stop overriding it. Stop demanding daytime function during nighttime hours. Just stop. Let darkness be what it is. The signal that rest is not only allowed, but biologically appropriate. That stopping is not weakness, but alignment with design. The night is designed for stopping, and you are designed to respond to night. This is not negotiable. This is not optional. This is fundamental biology. So, honor it tonight. Let darkness trigger what it's designed to trigger. Let your body shift into the mode it's trying to shift into. Let the natural rhythm carry you into rest instead of fighting against it. The night is designed for stopping. The design is billions of years old. The signal is clear. The response is built into your cells. All you need to do is allow it. Stop fighting. Stop overriding. Stop demanding that your body ignore what darkness means. Just stop. Let the night be what it's designed to be. Let your body do what it's designed to do. Let rest happen the way it's designed to happen. In darkness, in quiet, in alignment with the natural rhythm that has sustained life since the beginning. The night is designed for stopping. So stop now. Finally, in harmony with the design that's been waiting for you to honor it. There's a voice in your head that's been getting louder as you consider actually resting tonight. It's the voice that says, stopping is abandonment, that rest is desertion, that if you allow yourself to truly let go, you are somehow walking away from your life, your responsibilities, everything that matters. This voice makes rest feel like betrayal, like you're turning your back on your life instead of just turning towards sleep. But this voice is wrong, fundamentally, completely wrong. And you need to hear the truth clearly enough to override it. You are not abandoning life by stopping. You're not deserting anything. You're not walking away. You're not betraying anyone or anything by allowing yourself to rest. You're just setting it down for a while, just placing it gently aside, just letting it exist without you holding it for a few hours. Think about the difference between abandoning something and setting it down temporarily. They're completely different actions with completely different meanings. Abandoning means leaving permanently, walking away with no intention of return, deciding something is no longer worth your care or attention. That's not what you're doing when you rest. That's not what sleep is. That's not what stopping means. Setting something down means placing it somewhere safe while you attend to something else, with full intention of picking it back up, with complete commitment to returning to it. That's what rest is. That's what sleep is. That's what stopping means tonight. You're not abandoning your life. You're setting it down so you can restore the energy and clarity you need to actually live it well tomorrow. You're not walking away from your responsibilities. You're pausing your engagement with them so you can return with capacity instead of depletion. You're not deserting the people who depend on you. You're taking care of yourself so you can actually show up for them with presence instead of exhaustion. This is not abandonment. This is self-preservation. This is the necessary pause that makes continued engagement possible. But the voice in your head doesn't make this distinction. It conflates any stopping with permanent departure. It treats rest like desertion. It makes you feel guilty for basic biological needs. And maybe this voice learned to speak from experiences where stopping really did lead to loss, where pausing meant missing something important, where rest felt like abandonment because someone made you feel that way. But those experiences created a false equation. They taught you that stopping equals abandoning, when the truth is that stopping is what prevents abandonment. Because if you never stop, you will eventually break. And when you break, you won't be setting life down temporarily. You'll be collapsing under it. And collapse is far closer to abandonment than rest ever could be. You are not abandoning life by stopping. You're protecting your ability to remain engaged with life. You're preserving your capacity to show up. You're ensuring that tomorrow you'll still be able to participate instead of being too broken to function. Think about a mother setting her child down for a moment. Is she abandoning the child? Of course not. She's just setting the child down so she can do something necessary, use the bathroom, answer the door, take a breath. And then she picks the child back up, returns to care, continues the relationship. The temporary setting down didn't mean abandonment. It meant sustainability. You're doing the same thing with your life. Setting it down, not abandoning it, not walking away, just placing it somewhere safe while you do something necessary. Rest, and then you'll pick it back up. Return to engagement. Continue living. The temporary stopping doesn't mean abandonment. It means you understand that sustainable engagement requires regular rest. You are not abandoning life by stopping. You're honoring it. You're respecting it enough to take care of the person who has to live it you. You're acknowledging that life deserves your rested attention, not your depleted desperation. That the people in your life deserve your genuine presence, not your exhausted going through motions. This is the opposite of abandonment. This is deep commitment. This is caring enough about your life to protect your ability to actually live it well. The voice that calls rest. Abandonment is lying. It's confusing stopping with deserting. It's making you feel guilty for basic self-care by framing it as betrayal. But you can see through this lie. You can recognize that rest is not abandonment, that stopping is not desertion, that setting something down temporarily is completely different from walking away permanently. You are not abandoning life by stopping. You're just setting it down, gently, temporarily, with full intention of returning to it. Your life will be exactly where you left it when you wake up. Your responsibilities will still exist. The people you care about will still be there. Everything will wait patiently for you to return. Because they know even if the guilty voice in your head doesn't, that you're not abandoning anything. You're just resting. You're just stopping for a while. You're just being human. And being human means needing rest, means setting things down sometimes, means pausing engagement without it meaning permanent departure. You are not abandoning life by stopping. Let this truth quiet the guilty voice. Let it override the fear that rest is betrayal. Let it give you permission to set everything down without believing you're walking away. You're not walking away. You're just pausing, just resting, just setting it all down for a few hours. And tomorrow, you'll pick it back up. You'll return. You'll engage again. Because stopping is not abandoning. It's just the pause that makes continued engagement possible. So set it all down now. Your life, your responsibilities, your commitments. Set them down gently, temporarily, without guilt. You're not abandoning anything. You're just resting. And rest is not betrayal. It's sustainability. It's self-preservation. It's the only way forward that actually works. You are not abandoning life by stopping. You're just setting it down for a while. And tomorrow, when you're rested, you'll pick it back up again. Not abandoned, just paused. Not deserted, just resting. Not betrayed, just loved enough to protect. You've been waiting for permission, waiting for the moment when everything is complete, when all tasks are finished, when you can stop because there's nothing left undone. But that moment never comes. It never has. It never will. Because life doesn't work in completed units. Life is continuous, ongoing, always in the middle of something. And if you wait until everything is finished before you allow yourself to stop, you will never stop. You will keep going until you collapse, because finished never arrives. But here's what you need to understand tonight. Stopping is allowed even if things aren't finished, even if your to-do list still has items, even if projects remain incomplete, even if problems are unsolved, even if nothing has reached a natural conclusion. You're still allowed to stop, not because you've earned it by finishing everything, but because stopping is not conditional on completion. Stopping is a biological necessity that exists independently of your task list. Your body needs rest, whether your work is done or not. Your mind needs sleep, whether your problems are solved or not. The incompleteness of your tasks does not create an obligation to keep going. The unfinished nature of your projects does not override your need for rest. You can stop with things unfinished, and you must stop with things unfinished, because things will always be unfinished. That's just the nature of life. Think about what finished even means. When is anything truly, completely, finally finished? When is life ever in a state where there's nothing left to do, nothing left to address, nothing left incomplete? Never. There's always more, always another task, always another problem, always another item that could be added to the list. If you make completion the prerequisite for rest, you're making rest impossible. You're setting a condition that can never be met. You're creating a standard that guarantees you'll never allow yourself to stop. But stopping is allowed even if things aren't finished. This is not permission to avoid responsibility. This is recognition that responsibility includes taking care of yourself. And you cannot take care of yourself while you wait for everything to be complete. Finished is a myth, a moving target, a standard that keeps shifting just out of reach no matter how much you accomplish. You finish one thing and 3 more appear. You complete a task and notice 10 more that need attention. You solve one problem and discover 5 more waiting behind it. This is not failure. This is just how life works. Life is not a finite list that you can complete and then rest. Life is an ongoing process that continues regardless of how much you've finished. And within that ongoing process, you must rest. Not after everything is done. Not when you reach some mythical state of completion. But regularly, consistently, especially when things remain unfinished. Stopping is allowed even if things aren't finished. This means you can stop tonight with tomorrow's work still waiting, with problems unsolved, with tasks incomplete, with projects in progress. All of that can remain exactly as it is, unfinished, ongoing, incomplete, and you can still rest. You're still allowed. You're still permitted to stop, because rest is not a reward for completion. Rest is a requirement for continuation. You don't rest after you finish. You rest so you can continue, so you can return to the unfinished tasks with energy instead of depletion. The unfinished work will be there tomorrow, still unfinished, still waiting, and you'll be able to engage with it far more effectively after rest than you could right now while exhausted. So stopping with things unfinished is not irresponsible. It's strategic. It's recognizing that effective work requires rest, that quality engagement requires restoration, that you serve your unfinished tasks better by resting than by pushing through exhaustion. Stopping is allowed even if things aren't finished. Let this truth free you from the impossible standard of completion. Let it give you permission to rest in the middle of everything. Let it override the guilt about all that remains undone. What remains undone will still remain undone tomorrow. But tomorrow, you'll be rested. And rested is the only state in which you can effectively engage with unfinished tasks. So stop tonight, with things unfinished, with tasks incomplete, with projects ongoing, with problems unsolved, with life continuing in its perpetually incomplete state. And let that incompleteness be okay. Let it be normal. Let it be the permanent condition within which rest must happen, not the obstacle that prevents rest. Because if incompleteness prevents rest, rest will never happen. And if rest never happens, you will eventually break under the weight of trying to reach a state of completion that doesn't exist. Stopping is allowed even if things aren't finished. Not as an exception, not as a special circumstance, as a regular, necessary, essential practice. You stop with things unfinished. You rest in the middle of ongoing life. You allow yourself to pause, even though the list never empties. This is not failure. This is wisdom. This is understanding that life is ongoing, and rest must be too. That finished is not the prerequisite for stopping. That incompleteness is the permanent state within which all rest occurs. So rest now, with everything unfinished, with all the tasks still waiting, with life continuing its messy, incomplete, ongoing flow. You're allowed. You don't need to finish first. You don't need to reach completion. You don't need everything tied up neatly before you're permitted to stop. Stopping is allowed even if things aren't finished. So stop now, in the middle, with everything incomplete, with life ongoing, and rest anyway. Because you're allowed, because it's necessary, because finished never comes, and rest cannot wait for it. You've been waiting for permission, waiting for someone or something to officially tell you that it's okay to stop now, that you've done enough, that you're allowed to rest. You've been checking for signals, looking for confirmation, hoping for some external validation that release is permitted. That stopping is authorized. That rest is approved. But here's what you've been missing. While you wait, you are already being released. Not someday, not after you meet one more condition, not when someone finally gives you permission. Right now, this moment, you are already being released. There is no permission you need to receive, no approval you're waiting for, no authority that needs to sign off on your rest. The release has already happened. You're already free to stop. You've already been given everything you need to rest tonight. You just haven't noticed. You've been so focused on waiting for permission that you haven't recognized that permission was never required. That release was never something external you needed to receive. You are already being released. By what? By life itself. By reality. By the simple fact that this moment contains no actual requirements for you to keep going. No one is holding you here. No invisible force is preventing you from resting. No external authority is requiring that you stay engaged, stay alert, stay working. The only thing keeping you from rest is your belief that you need permission. Your conviction that release must come from outside. You're waiting for someone to tell you it's okay, but no one needs to tell you, because you are already being released. The prison you think you're in has no walls. The obligation you think you're under doesn't exist. The requirement you think you must meet is imaginary. You are already free to stop. You have been free this entire time. You've just been waiting for permission to exercise a freedom you already have. Think about what you're actually waiting for. What would this permission look like if it came? What form would this release take? Someone saying, "You can rest now." Life sending you a clear signal that stopping is allowed. Some external confirmation that you've done enough, but you already have these things. Life is sending you clear signals, exhaustion, darkness, the quiet of night. These are not ambiguous messages. These are explicit statements that it's time to rest. Your body is saying, "You can rest now." It's been saying this for hours, with fatigue, with heaviness, with every signal it knows how to send. and reality is confirming it. There are no actual demands on you right now, no emergencies requiring your attention, no crises that need your intervention. Everything is releasing you, your body, your circumstances, the natural world, reality itself. Everything is saying you can stop now. You're allowed. You're free. You are already being released. You don't need to wait for it. You don't need to earn it. You don't need anyone's permission or approval or confirmation. You just need to accept it, to recognize it, to stop waiting for something that's already happened. The release is here, present, available, surrounding you, offering itself to you without conditions. All you have to do is accept it. Stop waiting. Stop looking for external permission. Stop believing you need approval. And just rest. Because you're already allowed. You're already free. You're already being released. This might feel too simple. Like it can't possibly be this easy. Like there must be more you need to do. More conditions you need to meet. More permission you need to receive. But it is this simple. You are already being released. Not because you earned it. Not because you did enough. Not because someone decided you deserve it. But because release is not something you earn or deserve. It's something that's always available. Always here. Always offering itself without conditions. You've been making it complicated. Making it conditional. Making it something you have to qualify for. But rest doesn't work that way. Release doesn't work that way. Permission to stop has never worked that way. You are already being released. This is not future tense, not conditional, not dependent on anything you still need to do. This is present tense, current reality, already happening, already true. The only question is whether you'll accept it, whether you'll stop waiting and start resting, whether you'll recognize the release that's already here instead of continuing to search for permission that's not required. You are already being released by your tired body that's asking for rest, by the darkness that signals it's time to stop, by the quiet night that holds no demands, by reality itself that contains no requirements for you to continue. Everything is releasing you. Everything is giving you permission. Everything is saying stop now. Rest now. You're allowed. And you don't need to wait for anything more. You don't need additional confirmation. You don't need someone to officially authorize what's already freely given. You are already being released. So, accept it. Stop waiting. Stop searching for permission. Stop believing you need approval. And just rest. Because you're already allowed. You're already free. The release is already here. All you have to do is accept it. To recognize what's already true. To stop resisting the freedom that's already yours. You are already being released. Not someday. Not eventually. Right now. This moment. This breath. The release is here. Present. Complete. Waiting only for you to accept it. So accept it now. Stop waiting. Stop searching. Stop believing you need permission. You are already being released. So rest. Finally, freely. Without needing anything more. The permission is given. The release is complete. The freedom is yours. You are already being released. So rest now. Without waiting. Without needing confirmation. Without requiring anything except the recognition that you're already free. Everything we've talked about tonight has been building to this moment, this understanding, this permission that goes deeper than all the rest. Sleep is the deepest form of stopping. And tonight, that's what you're being invited into. Not just pausing, not just resting your body while your mind continues working, not just lying down while staying vigilant. Sleep. Real sleep. The kind of stopping that requires complete release, total surrender, absolute letting go. This is what your body has been asking for all along. Not just reduced activity, not just physical stillness, but the deep, complete stopping that only sleep provides. And this kind of stopping requires something from you that all the other kinds don't. It requires trust, deep trust. Trust that you can let go completely and everything will be okay. Because sleep is vulnerability. Sleep is surrender. Sleep is releasing all control and allowing your consciousness to dissolve into unconsciousness. And that feels dangerous. It feels like too much. It feels like letting go so completely that something terrible might happen while you're not there to prevent it. But sleep is the deepest form of stopping for a reason. It's the stopping your body needs most. The stopping that allows the deepest restoration. The stopping that makes everything else possible. You cannot function without sleep. Not really. Not sustainably. You can push through for a while, but eventually your body will take what it needs, either through voluntary sleep or through involuntary collapse. Sleep is not optional. It's not a luxury. It's not something you can skip when you're too busy or too worried or too convinced that staying vigilant is more important. Sleep is the deepest form of stopping. And stopping this deeply is a biological necessity. Your body needs it. Your brain needs it. Your entire system needs it. And tonight, you can give yourself this gift, this necessity, this deep, complete stopping that sleep provides. But first, you need to understand what sleep requires. What makes this kind of stopping possible? Sleep requires safety. Not perfect safety. Not the absence of all problems, but the feeling of safety. The sense that you can let go completely without disaster following. Your nervous system has been scanning for safety all night, checking whether it's safe enough to release control, safe enough to become vulnerable, safe enough to stop so deeply that consciousness dissolves. And it's been finding reasons to stay alert, finding potential threats, finding evidence that maybe it's not quite safe enough yet to fully let go. But those threats aren't real. Those dangers aren't present. Your nervous system is operating on old programming, old fears, old patterns that made sense once but don't apply to this moment. This moment is safe. Safe enough for sleep, safe enough for the deepest stopping, safe enough to let go completely. There is no emergency, no crisis, no actual threat that requires your continued vigilance. There is only your tired body and this quiet night, and the invitation to stop so deeply that consciousness can finally rest. Sleep is the deepest form of stopping. And it's safe to accept this invitation tonight. Safe to surrender. Safe to let go so completely that you lose awareness entirely. This won't last forever. You'll wake up. You always do. Sleep is temporary stopping, not permanent departure. You'll return to consciousness tomorrow, rested and restored. But for now, for these hours, you can stop completely. You can release all control. You can surrender to the deepest stopping your body knows. And in that surrender, that release, that complete stopping restoration happens. The kind of restoration that can only occur when stopping goes this deep. Your brain consolidates memories, your body repairs damage, your immune system strengthens, your hormones rebalance, your nervous system resets. All of this requires sleep, requires the deepest stopping, requires you to let go so completely that your conscious mind is offline and your body can do its work without interference. Sleep is the deepest form of stopping. And tonight, you're ready for it. Your body is ready. Your system is prepared. Everything is aligned for this deep stopping to finally happen. All you need to do is allow it. Stop resisting. Stop staying vigilant. Stop holding on to consciousness like it's the only thing keeping you safe. Consciousness is not keeping you safe. It's keeping you exhausted. And exhaustion is far more dangerous than sleep could ever be. Sleep is the deepest form of stopping. It's what you need most, what your body is begging for, what will restore you in ways nothing else can. So let it come. Let the deep stopping happen. Let consciousness fade and sleep arrive. Let yourself go so deeply into rest that you lose all awareness of trying or thinking or staying alert. This is not dangerous. This is restoration. This is your body finally getting what it needs. This is the deepest stopping that makes all future activity possible. Sleep is the deepest form of stopping, and you are safe to stop this deeply, safe to surrender, safe to let go completely. So let go now, not partially, not while still holding on, completely, fully, into the deepest stopping you know, into sleep, real sleep, deep sleep, the kind that requires total release and provides total restoration. Sleep is the deepest form of stopping, and tonight, finally, you can stop this deeply. So stop now, deeper than you've stopped all night, deeper than you've stopped in days, so deep that consciousness fades and sleep takes over. Let it happen. Let the deepest stopping come. Let sleep claim you completely. Because you're safe. You're allowed. You're ready for the deepest form of stopping there is. Sleep is here, waiting, offering itself, asking only that you stop resisting and let it come. So, let it come now. Deep, complete, total. The deepest stopping you know. Sleep. Your mind keeps reaching out, checking in, staying connected to all the threads of your life, making sure everything is okay, keeping tabs on situations that might need your attention. This is what minds do when they don't feel safe to disengage. They stay partially connected, partially engaged, partially responsible for everything, just in case. But here's what you need to understand tonight. Nothing requires you to stay engaged. Not one thing in your entire life needs your active attention right now. Not your work, not your relationships, not your problems, not your plans. Nothing. Everything can exist without your engagement for these hours. Everything can continue, or pause, or wait without you actively participating in it. You are not required to stay engaged tonight. This is not a request. This is not something you're being asked to do. This is factual reality. There is no engagement required, no interaction needed, no response necessary, no participation demanded. Everything that exists in your life can exist without your active engagement right now. Your thoughts about it don't change it. Your worry about it doesn't help it. Your continued connection to it doesn't improve it. All your engagement is doing is keeping you from rest, keeping you activated, keeping you connected when disconnection is what you need. Nothing requires you to stay engaged tonight. This means you can let go of everything, every thread, every connection, every partial engagement with every situation in your life. You can fully, completely disengage. Not forever. Not as abandonment. Just for these hours. Just for sleep. Think about what engagement actually means. It means your attention is active. Your mind is processing. Your consciousness is participating in thinking about, worrying about, planning for, or otherwise mentally interacting with something. And all of that is activity, mental activity, and activity prevents the deep rest you need. You cannot rest deeply while staying engaged. Even partial engagement keeps your mind active, keeps your nervous system alert, keeps you in a state that's incompatible with deep sleep. Nothing requires you to stay engaged tonight. So you can let all engagement end. Let all connections release. Let all threads drop. Not because these things don't matter, but because your engagement with them right now, while you're exhausted and trying to sleep, serves no purpose, helps nothing, changes nothing. Your work doesn't benefit from you thinking about it at night. Your relationships aren't improved by you worrying about them while trying to sleep. Your problems aren't solved by you staying mentally connected to them during rest hours. All your engagement is doing is depleting you further, making rest impossible, keeping you activated when deactivation is what you desperately need. Nothing requires you to stay engaged tonight. This is permission to fully disengage, to disconnect completely, to let every mental thread drop without trying to hold on to it. Your job right now is not to stay engaged. Your job right now is to disengage completely from everything, from work thoughts, from relationship concerns, from planning and problem solving and all the mental activity that constitutes engagement. Just let it all go. Let disengagement happen. Let yourself become completely disconnected from everything except this moment of rest. This might feel wrong, irresponsible even, like you're supposed to stay at least partially engaged, at least somewhat connected, at least mentally available just in case. But just in case, what actual emergency could occur that requires your mental engagement right now? Nothing. There is no emergency. No situation that requires your nighttime mental participation. No crisis that your engagement would help. Everything that actually matters can wait until morning, can exist without your engagement, can continue or pause or wait without you staying mentally connected to it. Nothing requires you to stay engaged tonight. So disengage, fully, completely, without reservation. Let your mind release every thread it's holding, every connection it's maintaining, every partial engagement it's trying to keep active. Just let it all drop. Let disengagement be complete. Let yourself become entirely unavailable, entirely disconnected, entirely not engaged with anything except rest. This is not neglect. This is self-preservation. This is recognizing that engagement serves no purpose right now and costs everything. Your engagement doesn't help anything tonight, but your disengagement helps you rest, helps you restore, helps you become capable of actual helpful engagement tomorrow. Nothing requires you to stay engaged tonight. This is freedom. This is permission to fully disconnect. This is release from the obligation of constant mental availability. So, let engagement end. Let all threads drop. Let all connections release. Let your mind become completely disengaged from everything except the simple process of resting. No work thoughts, no relationship concerns, no planning, no problem solving, no mental activity of any kind directed toward anything in your life. Just rest, just disengagement, just complete disconnection from everything except this moment. Nothing requires you to stay engaged tonight. So stop engaging. Stop trying to stay connected. Stop maintaining mental threads that serve no purpose except to keep you from rest. Just let it all go. Disengage completely. Disconnect fully. Release every thread and become entirely unavailable for anything except sleep. This is not wrong. This is necessary. This is what makes deep rest possible. Nothing requires you to stay engaged tonight. So disengage now, completely, finally. Without holding on to anything, let engagement end. Let disengagement come. Let yourself be fully, completely disconnected from everything. And in that disconnection, that complete disengagement, finally rest. You've been holding on to momentum like it's precious, like it's something you can't afford to lose, like if you let it fade, you'll never get it back again. And this belief has kept you pushing, kept you maintaining forward motion even when stopping is what you need, kept you holding onto momentum like it's the only thing keeping you going. But here's what you need to understand tonight. You can let all momentum fade, every bit of it, every ounce of forward motion, every sense of progress or movement or ongoing activity. You can let it all fade completely, let it dissipate, let it disappear entirely, without fear, without loss, without believing that letting momentum fade means losing something you need. Momentum is not precious. It's not irreplaceable. It's not something you'll lose forever if you let it fade tonight. Momentum is just movement, forward motion, the sense of things progressing, continuing, building on themselves. And yes, momentum can be useful. It can make things easier. It can carry you forward with less effort. But momentum is not more important than rest. It's not more valuable than restoration. It's not worth maintaining at the cost of your health and sanity. You can let all momentum fade. This means you can stop maintaining forward motion. Stop pushing things along. Stop trying to keep everything moving. You can let it all slow down. Let it wind down. Let it come to a complete stop. Let momentum fade to nothing. And this is okay. This is allowed. This is not loss or failure or throwing away something valuable. This is rest. This is recognition that momentum is not what matters most right now. That restoration matters more than continuation. That stopping completely is more important than keeping anything moving. Think about what maintaining momentum actually costs. It costs constant effort, constant push, constant forward pressure to keep things moving, keep things going, keep things in motion. And right now, you don't have that effort to give. You're depleted, you're exhausted, you're running on fumes. Trying to maintain momentum from this depleted state is not sustainable. It's not wise. It's not helping anything or anyone. You can let all momentum fade. You can stop pushing. Stop maintaining. Stop trying to keep things moving forward. And when momentum fades, when everything slows down and stops, you're not losing anything essential. You're just creating space for rest. Because momentum and rest cannot coexist. You cannot rest while maintaining forward motion. You cannot restore while pushing things along. You cannot stop while trying to keep momentum alive. You have to choose momentum or rest, movement or restoration, continuing or stopping. And tonight, rest is what you need. Restoration is what matters. Stopping is what's essential. So let momentum fade, all of it, completely, without trying to hold on to any of it. Let forward motion slow. Let progress stop. Let everything that's been moving come to a complete halt. This is not permanent. Momentum can be rebuilt. Forward motion can resume. Progress can continue tomorrow. But tonight, letting momentum fade is what allows rest to happen. What makes restoration possible? What permits the deep stopping you need? You can let all momentum fade. This includes mental momentum, the sense of thoughts building on thoughts, processing leading to more processing, one worry flowing into the next. Let it all slow down. Let it wind down. Let mental momentum fade to nothing. You don't have to keep thinking, don't have to keep processing, don't have to keep any mental momentum going. Let thoughts slow. Let processing stop. Let all mental momentum fade to complete stillness. And this includes emotional momentum, the sense of feelings building, intensifying, one emotion leading to the next. Let it all settle. Let emotional momentum fade. Let everything slow down to complete calm. You can let all momentum fade. Physical momentum, mental momentum, emotional momentum, all of it, completely. Let everything that's been in motion come to a stop. Let everything that's been moving slow down and halt. Let all momentum fade to nothing. This is not loss. This is rest. This is what stopping actually feels like when you stop completely. Not maintaining anything. Not holding on to anything. Not trying to keep anything moving or progressing or continuing. Just letting it all fade. Letting everything slow down. Letting momentum disappear completely. And in that fading, that slowing, that complete cessation of momentum rest becomes possible. Deep rest, complete rest. The kind of rest that can only happen when nothing is moving anymore. You can let all momentum fade. So let it fade now. Stop pushing. Stop maintaining. Stop trying to keep anything moving. Let it all slow down. Let it all wind down. Let momentum fade to nothing. And in that fading, that stopping, that complete cessation of all forward motion, finally rest. Not holding on to anything. Not maintaining anything. Not pushing anything forward. Just letting it all fade. Letting everything stop. Letting momentum disappear completely. You can let all momentum fade. So let it fade now. Completely. Finally. Without holding on to anything. Let it all stop. Let everything halt. Let momentum fade to nothing. And in that complete stopping, that total cessation, that absolute fading of all momentum, finally rest. There's a responsibility you've been carrying that was never yours to begin with. You've been acting like you're the one holding everything together. Like your conscious attention is what keeps your heart beating, your lungs breathing, your body functioning. Like if you stop paying attention, if you let go of control, if you allow yourself to fully rest, everything will fall apart because you're not there to maintain it. But this belief is exhausting you. And more importantly, it's completely false. The body maintains stability while you stop. You are not the one holding yourself together. You never have been. Your body has systems ancient, sophisticated, remarkably effective systems that maintain stability without any input from your conscious mind. Right now, as you lie here reading these words, your body is doing thousands of things you're completely unaware of. Your heart is beating. Your lungs are breathing. Your blood is circulating. Your cells are metabolizing. Your immune system is working. Your organs are functioning. Your brain is processing. All of this is happening without you directing it, without you controlling it, without you maintaining it through conscious effort. You are not keeping yourself alive. Your body is keeping you alive. And it does this perfectly well better, actually, when you stop trying to help. Think about your heartbeat for a moment. How many times has your heart beaten in your lifetime? Millions. Billions, perhaps. And how many of those beats did you consciously direct? None, not one. Your heart beats on its own. It knows when to speed up and when to slow down. It adjusts to your needs automatically. It maintains the rhythm that keeps you alive without requiring any input from your conscious mind. Your breathing works the same way. Right now, you're breathing without thinking about it. Your body knows exactly how much oxygen you need, exactly how often to inhale, exactly how deeply to breathe. And it manages all of this perfectly without your supervision. In fact, the moment you start trying to control your breathing, it often becomes more difficult, more forced, less natural. Because your conscious control is not better than your body's automatic regulation. Your conscious control is actually interference with a system that works better on its own. The body maintains stability while you stop. This is not something you need to believe on faith. This is provable fact from your entire life experience. Every night that you've slept, your body maintained stability. Your heart kept beating, your lungs kept breathing, your temperature stayed regulated, your blood pressure remained appropriate. All of this happened while you were completely unconscious, while your conscious mind was offline, while you had zero ability to monitor or control or maintain anything. And yet, you woke up, alive, stable, functioning. Because your body knows how to maintain itself without your conscious supervision. You are not the one keeping yourself together. You are not personally responsible for maintaining the stability of your biological systems. That's not your job. That's your body's job. And your body is extraordinarily good at it. Billions of years of evolution have created systems that self-regulate, self-maintain, self-stabilize without requiring conscious direction. But you've been trying to help anyway. You've been acting like your vigilance is what keeps everything working. Like if you truly let go, if you stop monitoring, if you fully rest, something critical will fail because you're not there to prevent it. This is anxiety speaking, not reality. This is the exhausted mind's belief that it's indispensable when it's actually just in the way. Your body doesn't need your help to maintain stability. It needs your absence. It needs you to stop interfering. It needs you to finally, fully let go, so it can do its work without your nervous system constantly overriding its natural processes. When you're vigilant, when you're monitoring, when you're trying to maintain control, you're actually creating instability. You're activating stress responses. You're flooding your system with hormones that interfere with natural regulation. Your body cannot fully rest while you're trying to help it rest. Your systems cannot fully restore while you're monitoring them. Your natural stability cannot assert itself while you're forcing it. The body maintains stability while you stop, not while you help, not while you monitor, while you stop, completely, fully, without reservation. This means letting go of control, trusting that your heart will keep beating without you checking on it, trusting that your breathing will continue without you directing it, trusting that all your systems will maintain themselves without your conscious oversight. And this might feel terrifying, because you've been holding on so tightly for so long that letting go feels dangerous, like you're the only thing standing between stability and chaos. But you're not. You never were. The chaos is not waiting to rush in the moment you let go. The stability is not dependent on your vigilance. Your body is stable, inherently stable, designed for stability, and it maintains that stability most effectively when you stop trying to force it. Think about balance for a moment. When you're trying too hard to balance, you actually become less stable. Your muscles tense, your movements become rigid. You overcorrect and create wobbling that wouldn't exist if you just relaxed. But when you relax, when you trust your body's natural sense of balance, when you stop trying so hard, stability comes easily, naturally, without effort. Your entire system works this way. The more you try to control it, the more you interfere with its natural stability. The more you let go, the more stable it becomes. The body maintains stability while you stop. This is permission to finally let go, to stop holding on so tightly, to stop believing that your consciousness is what keeps everything working. Your consciousness is not maintaining stability. Your consciousness is creating tension, and that tension is preventing the deep rest your body needs to actually restore itself. So let go tonight. Completely let go. Trust that your body knows what it's doing. Trust that your systems will maintain themselves. Trust that stability doesn't require your vigilance, because it doesn't. It never has. Your body has been maintaining stability your entire life, through sleep and wakefulness, through rest and activity, through every moment you've been alive. And it will maintain stability tonight while you stop, while you let go, while you finally fully rest, without trying to help or monitor or control. You are not the one holding yourself together. Your body is, and your body does this perfectly well without your conscious mind's interference. So stop interfering, stop monitoring, stop trying to maintain what your body maintains automatically. Just rest, just let go. Just trust that the body maintains stability while you stop, because it does. It always has. And tonight, while you finally rest completely, it will continue doing exactly what it's always done, keeping you alive, keeping you stable, keeping you safe, without any help from your conscious mind. The body maintains stability while you stop. So stop now, fully, completely, without reservation, and let your body show you how perfectly it maintains itself when you're not in the way. You're lying here tonight, worried that rest is stealing time from your life, that every moment you spend sleeping is a moment you could have spent living, that stopping delays your life, puts it on hold, makes you fall behind where you could have been. This fear makes rest feel like loss, like you're sacrificing precious time, like life is passing you by while you're unconscious, and you'll wake up somehow behind, somehow having missed something irreplaceable. But this fear is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of what life actually is and how it actually works. Stopping does not delay your life. Rest is not separate from living. Sleep is not time stolen from existence. It's part of existence, part of life, part of the ongoing process of being alive. Your life is not just the hours you're conscious. It's all the hours, the waking and the sleeping, the active and the resting, the doing and the being. And the sleeping hours are not less valuable than the waking ones. They're not wasted time. They're not delays or interruptions or pauses in your real life. They're when essential life processes happen, when your body repairs itself, when your mind consolidates learning, when your emotional system processes and integrates, when restoration occurs that makes all your waking hours possible. Without sleep, your waking life would deteriorate, your consciousness would cloud, your capabilities would decline, your health would fail. You wouldn't be gaining more life by avoiding rest. You'd be losing quality of life by refusing what sustains it. Stopping does not delay your life. Stopping is what allows your life to continue at a sustainable pace. What allows you to actually be present for your life instead of moving through it in a fog of exhaustion. Think about this honestly. When you're exhausted, are you really living more fully? Are you really experiencing life more richly? Are you really present for what's happening? Or are you just going through the motions, operating on autopilot, moving through your days without actually being there for them? Exhaustion doesn't give you more life. It takes life away. It makes you less present, less capable, less able to actually experience the moments you're so afraid of missing. Rest gives you back your presence, your clarity, your ability to actually be there for your life instead of just surviving it. So, stopping doesn't delay your life. Stopping enhances your life. It makes the time you're awake actually worth being awake for. It restores your capacity to engage, to feel, to experience, to be genuinely present. Your life is not running away from you while you sleep. It's not leaving you behind. It's not happening somewhere else without you. Your life is right here, in this body, in this moment. And this moment includes rest. This moment is asking you to sleep. And sleeping is not missing out on life. It's participating in life exactly as this moment requires. You've been treating sleep like it's optional, like it's something you do when you have time left over after real living is done. Like it's a luxury you can't afford when there's so much life to experience. But sleep is not optional. It's not luxury. It's not separate from living. It's fundamental to living. It's what makes quality living possible. Without adequate rest, you're not living more. You're just existing more hours in a depleted state. And existing while exhausted is not the same as living fully. Stopping does not delay your life. Let this truth override the fear that rest is waste. Let it change how you think about the hours you spend sleeping. Those hours are not stolen from your life. They're invested in your life. They're when your body and mind do the essential work that makes all other work possible. They're when you restore the energy that lets you engage with your waking hours, when you consolidate the learning that makes you wiser, when you process the emotions that keep you balanced. All of this is life. All of this is living. All of this is essential to the quality of your existence. Your life doesn't pause while you sleep. Your life includes sleep. And sleeping well is one of the most important things you can do for the quality of your waking life. Think about the times you've been well rested, how different everything feels, how much more vivid, how much more present you are, how much more capable of actually experiencing and enjoying what's happening. That's what rest gives you. Not delay, not loss, enhanced living, better quality of life, more presence for the moments that make life worth living. Stopping does not delay your life, it enriches it. It makes your waking hours more vibrant, more engaged, more actually lived instead of just survived. So you're not losing anything by resting tonight. You're gaining back your presence, gaining back your clarity, gaining back your capacity to actually live your life instead of just moving through it exhausted. Your life is not a race where stopping means falling behind. Your life is an experience where rest determines quality, and quality matters far more than quantity. Better to live fewer hours fully present than more hours barely conscious. Better to experience life with clarity than to accumulate time in a fog. Better to rest well and live well than to refuse rest and merely survive. Stopping does not delay your life. It's part of your life. Essential part. The part that makes all other parts sustainable and worthwhile. So rest tonight without fear of missing out. Without anxiety about falling behind. Without believing that sleep is stealing time from living, because it's not stealing anything, it's giving. Giving you back your energy, giving you back your presence, giving you back your capacity to actually live instead of just existing. Stopping does not delay your life. It sustains it, it enhances it, it makes it worth living. So stop now, fully. Without guilt, without fear of loss, without believing you're missing something, because you're not missing anything. You're participating in life exactly as this moment requires, and this moment requires rest. Your life will still be here tomorrow, still unfolding, still available, still yours to engage with, and you'll engage with it better more fully, more presently, more capably because you rested tonight. Stopping does not delay your life. It makes your life better, richer, more sustainable, more actually lived. So rest now, not as delay, as enhancement, as investment, as essential part of living well. Your life isn't going anywhere. It's right here, waiting for you to rest so you can actually be present for it tomorrow. All your life. You've been taught that rest requires justification, that stopping needs a good reason, that you must explain why you're not continuing, defend your need for rest, justify why this particular moment is when you've finally allowed yourself to pause. And this need for explanation has made rest feel complicated. Like it's not enough to simply be tired. Like you need external validation before you're permitted to stop. But here's a truth that will simplify everything you can stop without explaining. You don't need a reason. You don't need justification. You don't need to defend your choice to rest or prove that it's warranted or convince anyone, including yourself, that you've earned it. You can simply stop without explanation, without justification, without needing anyone's permission or understanding or approval. This might feel wrong, selfish even, like stopping without explaining is somehow irresponsible or inconsiderate or failing to meet your obligations. But who are you explaining to? Who requires this justification? Who is demanding that you defend your need for basic biological necessity? Nobody. Not actually. Not in this moment. The demand for explanation is coming from inside your own mind, from years of learning that your needs don't matter unless they can be justified to others. But your need for rest doesn't require justification. It's not up for debate. It's not something you need to prove or defend or explain. You're tired. That's enough. That's the entire explanation. That's all the justification that's needed. I'm tired is a complete sentence. It's a full explanation. It requires no elaboration, no defense, no additional reasoning. You can stop without explaining why you're tired, what made you tired, how tired you are relative to other people, whether you've done enough to warrant being tired. You're just tired, and tired is enough reason to rest. Think about how much energy you spend on justifying rest to yourself and others, on building a case for why you're allowed to stop, on gathering evidence that proves you've earned it. What if you could reclaim all that energy? What if you could simply stop when you need to stop without the elaborate process of justification? That's freedom. That's simplicity. That's treating rest like the non-negotiable biological necessity it actually is, instead of like a privilege you must earn. You don't explain why you eat when you're hungry. You don't justify drinking water when you're thirsty. You don't defend breathing when you need oxygen. These are biological needs. They don't require explanation. They're simply met when they arise. Rest is the same category of need. It's not optional. It's not a luxury. It's not something that requires justification before it's permitted. It's a fundamental biological necessity. And necessities don't need explanation. They just need to be met. You can stop without explaining. This means you can rest tonight without first building a case for why it's okay, without reviewing all the reasons you're tired, without proving you've done enough to deserve it. You can just stop. Because you're tired. Because that's enough. Because biological needs don't require justification. This also means you can stop without explaining to others, without giving them detailed accounts of your exhaustion, without defending your need for rest against their expectations. I need to rest now is a complete statement. It requires no elaboration. No one is owed a detailed explanation of your internal state or a justification of your biological needs. And if someone demands explanation, that's their issue, not yours. Your need for rest doesn't become invalid just because someone else doesn't understand it or approve of it. You can stop without explaining, without justifying, without defending, without proving, without convincing anyone of anything. You can simply acknowledge that you're tired and act accordingly, without drama, without elaborate reasoning, without the exhausting process of building a case. Just, I'm tired. I'm stopping. That's it. Complete, sufficient, requiring nothing more. This simplicity is powerful. It removes all the mental barriers you've built around rest, all the hoops you've made yourself jump through before allowing yourself to stop. You don't need to jump through hoops. You don't need to meet arbitrary standards. You don't need to explain or justify or prove anything. You just need to notice that you're tired and honor that reality by resting. Simple, direct, without complication. You can stop without explaining. Let this truth free you from the burden of justification. Let it simplify rest from something complicated that requires elaborate reasoning into something simple, tired to rest. That's it. That's the entire process. No explanation needed, no justification required, no defense necessary. You're tired. So, you rest. End of story. And anyone who requires more explanation than that is asking for something you don't owe them. Anyone who demands justification for your biological needs is making unreasonable requests. You can simply decline to engage with those demands. You can stop without explaining, without defending, without justifying yourself to anyone. Because rest is not something you need permission for. It's not something that requires approval. It's not subject to anyone else's judgment about whether it's warranted. It's your body, your needs, your choice. And you can honor those needs without explaining them to anyone. You can stop without explaining. So stop now, tonight, without building a case, without reviewing all the reasons, without justifying or defending or proving anything. Just stop, because you're tired, and that's enough. That's always been enough. That's all the explanation rest has ever needed. You're tired, so you rest. Simple, direct, without complication, without explanation. You can stop without explaining. So stop now, finally, without justification, without defense, without any explanation at all. Just rest, because you can, because you need to, because that's enough. You've been trying so hard tonight, trying to sleep, trying to rest, trying to quiet your mind, trying to make yourself relax. And all this trying is what's keeping you awake. All this effort is what's preventing the very rest you're working so hard to achieve. Because here's what you need to understand. The mind quietens when effort ends, not when effort succeeds. When effort ends, as long as you're trying to make something happen, your mind stays active. It stays engaged. It stays in doing mode, working mode, trying mode. And trying mode is the opposite of resting mode. They cannot coexist. You cannot simultaneously try to rest and actually rest. You can only do one or the other. Right now, you're trying to sleep, trying to stop thinking, trying to make your mind quiet down, trying to force rest to happen through sheer determination. But determination is effort, and effort keeps the mind active. And an active mind is not a resting mind. The mind quietens when effort ends, not when effort intensifies, not when trying gets more focused or more determined or more disciplined. When it stops, when you stop trying, when you finally, fully give up on making anything happen. This is counterintuitive. You've been taught that trying harder is how you achieve goals, that more effort leads to better results, that if something isn't working, you just need to try harder. But rest doesn't follow those rules. Rest is not achieved through effort. It's achieved through release, through letting go, through stopping all the trying. Think about times when you've struggled to remember something. The word is on the tip of your tongue, but you can't quite access it. And the harder you try to remember, the more elusive it becomes. But then you stop trying. You move on to something else. And suddenly, without effort, the word appears, clear, obvious, right there. That's because your mind works better without the pressure of trying. Without the interference of forced effort. It accesses information more easily when you're not actively struggling to make it happen. Sleep works the same way. The mind works the same way. Quietness works the same way. It comes when you stop trying to make it come, when you release the effort, when you give up on forcing it to happen. The mind quietens when effort ends. This means you need to stop trying to sleep. Stop trying to quiet your thoughts. Stop trying to make rest happen. Just stop trying. Stop all of it. All the effort, all the determination, all the focused intention to make your mind behave differently than it's behaving. Let your mind be exactly as it is, active, busy, full of thoughts. Let it be that without trying to change it, without effort to quiet it, without attempting to force it into some different state. Just let it be, without trying, without effort, without doing anything to make it different. And paradoxically, this is when it begins to change. This is when quietness starts to emerge. Not because you're trying to make it happen, but because you've stopped preventing it from happening naturally. Your efforts to quiet your mind are what's keeping it active. Your trying to sleep is what's keeping you awake. Your determination to rest is what's preventing rest. Because all of that is effort. And effort activates the mind. And an activated mind cannot rest. The mind quietens when effort ends. So end the effort. Stop trying. Give up on making anything happen. Surrender completely to whatever is happening right now without trying to change it. This feels like giving up, like failing, like admitting defeat. And in a way, it is. You're admitting that you cannot force rest through effort, that trying doesn't work, that all your determination is counterproductive. But this admission is not failure. This is wisdom. This is understanding how the mind actually works instead of how you wish it worked. The mind doesn't respond to force. It doesn't quiet down because you're trying really hard to make it quiet. It quiets down when you stop trying, when you release the effort, when you allow it to be exactly as it is. Think about a child who's overstimulated and struggling to settle. Telling them to calm down doesn't work. Demanding that they relax just makes them more agitated. But sitting quietly with them, without demand, without pressure, without trying to change their state, that's when they begin to settle. When the pressure to be different releases and they're allowed to be exactly as they are, your mind is the same. It settles when pressure releases, when effort ends, when you stop demanding that it be different and allow it to be exactly as it is. The mind quietens when effort ends. So let effort end now. Let trying stop. Let determination release. Let all the striving and forcing and attempting to make rest happen simply cease. And in that cessation, in that release, in that ending of effort, space opens, quietness begins to emerge. Not because you made it happen, but because you stopped preventing it. Your mind wants to rest. It's trying to rest. It knows how to rest. But it can't rest while you're trying to make it rest. It can only rest when you stop trying, when you release the effort, when you allow the natural process of settling to happen without your interference. The mind quietens when effort ends, not gradually, not through process, but suddenly, completely, in the moment when trying finally stops. So stop trying now. This moment, this breath, let all effort end. Let trying cease. Let striving release. And in that ending, that release, that cessation, feel what happens. Feel how quietness begins to emerge, not because you're making it happen, but because you finally stopped preventing it. The mind quietens when effort ends, so let effort end now. Finally, completely, without reservation, stop trying to sleep. Stop trying to quiet your thoughts. Stop trying to make anything happen at all. Just be here, exactly as you are, with a busy mind or a quiet mind, with thoughts or without thoughts, with rest or without rest. Just be, without trying to be anything different, without effort to change what is. And watch what happens. Watch how naturally quietness emerges when you stop fighting it, when you stop trying to force it, when you finally let effort end. The mind quietens when effort ends. So, end it now. Let it all go. Let trying stop. Let effort cease. And rest. Not because you made it happen, but because you finally stopped preventing it. You've been at the edge of sleep all night, close to it, almost there, but not quite falling into it, not quite letting it take you. And there's a reason for this. A reason you keep hovering at the threshold without crossing over. A reason sleep stays just out of reach, no matter how tired you are. You haven't fully stopped yet. You're still holding on. Still maintaining some level of control, still keeping yourself partially engaged, partially alert, partially active, and deep sleep cannot begin until you fully stop. Not almost stop, not mostly stop, fully stop. This is the difference between lying awake and actually sleeping, between resting your body and resting completely, between the edge of sleep and the deep restoration you actually need. Deep sleep begins when you fully stop, when there's no more holding on, no more partial engagement, no more keeping yourself slightly alert just in case, when you let go completely, when you stop fully, when you release every last bit of control and allow sleep to take you entirely. This is what your body has been waiting for all night. This complete stopping, this full release, this total surrender that makes deep sleep possible. But you've been afraid to stop fully, afraid of what might happen if you let go completely, afraid that full stopping is too much, too vulnerable, too risky. So you've been stopping partially, resting your body while keeping your mind active, lying still while staying mentally engaged, getting close to sleep while not quite allowing it to happen. And this partial stopping doesn't work. It doesn't provide rest. It doesn't allow restoration. It doesn't let sleep do what sleep needs to do. Deep sleep begins when you fully stop. This means stopping everything, not just physical activity, not just obvious effort, everything. Stopping the mental vigilance that keeps you scanning for problems. Stopping the emotional holding that keeps you braced against feeling. Stopping the subtle resistance that keeps you from fully surrendering. All of it has to stop, completely, fully, without any part of you staying partially engaged. Think about what full stopping actually means. It means your body is completely still. Your breath is natural and unforced. Your muscles are fully released. Your jaw is unclenched. Your face is soft. But it also means your mind has stopped scanning. Your thoughts have stopped racing. Your attention has stopped reaching outward. Your consciousness has stopped trying to stay aware. Full stopping is complete, total, absolute. Nothing held back, nothing kept active, nothing maintained just in case. And this is when deep sleep begins, not at the edge, not at the threshold, but when you cross over completely, when you stop so fully that there's nothing left that's still trying. Deep sleep begins when you fully stop. This is why you've been unable to sleep despite your exhaustion. You've been stopping incompletely, partially, while still holding on to control. But sleep doesn't work with partial stopping. Sleep requires full stopping, complete release, total surrender. And tonight, you can give sleep what it requires. You can stop fully, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, completely. You can let go of the last bit of control you're holding, the last thread of vigilance, the last piece of awareness that's keeping you from full stopping. You can release it all. Let it all go. Stop so fully that nothing remains active. Nothing stays engaged. Nothing keeps you from crossing over into deep sleep. This feels dangerous. This complete stopping, this full release, this total surrender of control. But it's not dangerous. It's what sleep requires. It's what deep restoration needs. It's what your exhausted body has been begging for. Deep sleep begins when you fully stop, and you're safe to stop fully tonight. Safe to let go completely. Safe to surrender total control. Nothing bad will happen. You won't stop breathing. Your heart won't stop beating. Your body knows how to maintain itself during sleep. You don't need to stay partially alert to keep yourself alive. You don't need to maintain any control to stay safe. You don't need to hold anything back. You can stop fully, completely, without reservation. And deep sleep will begin the moment you do. Not gradually, not slowly building, but immediately. As soon as you stop fully, deep sleep begins. This is what you've been missing. This is why sleep has stayed out of reach. Not because you're not tired enough, but because you haven't stopped fully enough. You've been stopping at 90%, 95%, 99%, but not fully, not completely, not the total stopping that deep sleep requires. And that last 1%, that final bit of holding on, is what's keeping you awake. That's what's preventing sleep from taking you. That's what's standing between you and the deep rest you need. Deep sleep begins when you fully stop. So stop, now. Not 99%, 100%, fully, completely, totally. Let go of the last bit of control. Release the final thread of vigilance. Stop so fully that nothing remains active anywhere in your system. Let your body be completely still. Let your mind be completely quiet. Let your awareness fade completely away. This is full stopping. This is what makes deep sleep possible. This is what your body has been waiting for all night. And the moment you stop fully, truly, completely, totally, fully deep sleep will begin. Not because you're making it happen, but because you've finally stopped preventing it. Deep sleep begins when you fully stop. So stop now. This breath, this moment, this final release of everything you've been holding. Let it all go. Stop fully, completely, without any part of you staying alert or engaged or active. Just stop. Fully, finally, completely, and let deep sleep begin. There's one fear left, one last resistance, one final reason you're still holding on instead of letting go completely. It's the fear of loss, the belief that if you stop, if you truly let go, if you surrender completely, something will be lost, something important will slip away, something you need will disappear. And this fear has been keeping you from full stopping, keeping you partially alert, keeping you holding on to something, anything, to prevent the loss you're convinced will follow if you let go completely. But here's the truth. You need to hear clearly enough to finally release this fear. Nothing will be lost while you stop. one thing, not anything important, not anything you need, not anything that matters. Nothing. Everything you have now will still be yours when you wake. Everything you are now will still be you when you return. Everything that matters now will still matter then. Nothing will be lost. Nothing will slip away. Nothing will disappear just because you stopped completely for a few hours. This fear of loss is not based on reality. It's based on anxiety, on exhaustion, on the tired mind's tendency to catastrophize, on the belief that your vigilance is what's keeping everything intact. But your vigilance is not keeping anything intact. Your holding on is not preventing loss. Your partial alertness is not protecting anything. Everything is already safe, already stable, already capable of existing without your constant monitoring. And when you stop, fully stop, completely let go, nothing changes except that you finally rest. Nothing is lost except exhaustion. Nothing slips away except the tension of holding on. Think about what you're afraid of losing. What specifically do you believe will disappear if you stop completely? Your thoughts. They'll still be there when you wake. Every thought you have now will be available to you tomorrow. Sleep doesn't erase thoughts. It organizes them, processes them, makes them more accessible, not less. Your responsibilities. They'll still be waiting. Every obligation you have now will still be yours tomorrow. Sleep doesn't eliminate responsibilities. It restores your capacity to meet them. Your relationships. They'll still exist. Every person who matters to you now will still matter tomorrow. Sleep doesn't damage connections. It gives you the energy to maintain them. Your progress. It remains. Everything you've accomplished still counts. Everything you've built still stands. Sleep doesn't erase progress. It prepares you to continue it. Your identity. It stays intact. You'll still be you when you wake. Sleep doesn't change who you are. It restores who you are to better functioning. Nothing will be lost while you stop. This is not faith. This is not hope. This is proven fact from every time you've slept before. You've stopped thousands of times, thousands of nights, thousands of complete surrenders to sleep, and every single time, you've woken up with everything still there, still yours, still intact, nothing lost, nothing missing, nothing disappeared. Why would tonight be different? Why would this time be the exception? What makes you believe that this particular stopping will result in loss when no other stopping ever has? It won't. It's not different. Tonight is the same as every other night. When you stop, nothing will be lost. When you wake, everything will still be there. Nothing will be lost while you stop. This means you can let go completely without fear, without protecting, without holding on to anything to prevent loss. You don't need to hold on. Nothing needs protecting. Nothing requires your vigilance to prevent it from disappearing. Everything is safe. Everything will remain. Everything will wait patiently for you to return to it rested. The fear of loss is lying to you. It's creating imaginary disasters to justify your vigilance. It's inventing losses that never actually happen to keep you from the rest you need. But you can see through this lie. You can recognize that nothing will be lost. You can let go without fear because you know from thousands of nights of experience that stopping doesn't cause loss. Stopping causes rest. Rest causes restoration. Restoration causes better functioning tomorrow. And better functioning is the opposite of loss. It's gain. Nothing will be lost while you stop. So let go of the fear. Let go of the vigilance. Let go of the holding on that's trying to prevent a loss that won't happen. Just stop. Completely. Fully. Without protecting anything. Without holding anything. Without trying to prevent anything. And when you wake, you'll see. Everything's still there. Nothing lost. Nothing missing. Nothing disappeared. Just rest. Just restoration. Just you. Renewed and capable of engaging with everything that waited patiently for you. Nothing will be lost while you stop. This is promise. This is guarantee. This is truth proven by every night you've ever slept. So stop now without fear. Stop completely without holding back. Stop fully knowing that nothing will be lost. Everything will be exactly where you left it. Everything will remain exactly as it is. Everything will wait exactly as long as you need. Nothing will be lost. Nothing will slip away. Nothing will disappear. Only rest will happen. Only restoration will occur. Only renewal will take place. Nothing will be lost while you stop. So finally, completely, without any remaining fear, stop now. Let go of everything. Hold on to nothing. Protect nothing from imaginary loss. Just stop. Fully. Finally. Knowing with absolute certainty that nothing will be lost. And let sleep take you completely. Without resistance, without fear, without holding back, nothing will be lost. Everything will remain. You are safe to stop completely. So stop now and rest. 30. You are completely allowed to stop now. We've walked through 30 truths together tonight. 30 reasons, 30 permissions, 30 ways of understanding why stopping is not only okay, but necessary. And all of them have been leading here to this final truth, the one that encompasses all the others, the one that makes everything else possible. You are completely allowed to stop now, not conditionally, not partially, not with limitations or reservations or requirements you must meet first. Completely, fully, absolutely, without any conditions at all. You are completely allowed to stop now. No conditions, no limits, no consequences. You don't need to earn it. You don't need to deserve it. You don't need to prove you're tired enough or done enough or tried hard enough. You are completely allowed to stop now. Just because you're human. Just because you're tired. Just because this is nighttime and stopping is what nighttime is for. That's it. That's the only reason needed. You're tired. It's night. You're allowed to stop. No complicated justifications. No elaborate reasoning. No building a case for why it's okay. You are completely allowed to stop now. Simply, directly, without any need for explanation or defense or proof. This permission is unconditional. It doesn't depend on whether you finished your work, whether you did enough, whether you met your own standards or anyone else's expectations. The permission exists independently of all that. You are allowed to stop regardless of what you did or didn't do, regardless of what's finished or unfinished, regardless of anything except the simple fact that you're tired and need rest. You are completely allowed to stop now. No limits on how completely you can stop. No restrictions on how fully you can rest. No boundaries on how deeply you can let go. You can stop as completely as you need to. You can rest as deeply as your body asks for. You can let go as fully as feels necessary. There are no limits, no half measures required, no keeping yourself partially alert or partially engaged or partially available. You can stop completely, 100%, fully, totally, without holding anything back. You are completely allowed to stop now. No consequences for stopping, no punishment for resting, no penalty for letting go. Nothing bad will happen because you stopped. Nothing will fall apart. Nothing will be damaged. Nothing will be lost. The only consequence of stopping is rest. And rest is not a consequence. It's a gift. It's restoration. It's exactly what you need. You are completely allowed to stop now. This is not permission you had to earn. Not something you had to qualify for. Not a privilege granted based on merit. This is basic human right. Basic biological necessity. Basic recognition that you're alive, and being alive includes needing rest. You've always been allowed to stop. From the very beginning. From the first moment you felt tired. You've been allowed. You just didn't know it, or didn't believe it, or didn't give yourself permission to accept it. But now you know. Now you understand. Now you can accept what's always been true. You are completely allowed to stop now. Every cell in your body knows this. Every system in your body is asking for this. Every part of your being is ready for this. Only your mind has been resisting. Only your thoughts have been arguing. Only your beliefs have been preventing what your body has been begging for. But even your mind can rest now. Even your thoughts can quiet. Even your beliefs can release. Because you are completely allowed to stop now. This is truth. This is reality. This is permission that exists whether your mind believes it or not. You are completely allowed to stop now. So just stop. Don't analyze whether you're allowed. Don't question whether it's okay. Don't wonder if you've done enough. Just stop. Simply, directly, completely. Stop thinking. Stop trying. Stop holding on. Stop monitoring. Stop vigilance. Stop effort. Stop everything. Just stop. Because you're allowed. Because you're tired. Because this is what this moment is asking of you. You are completely allowed to stop now. No conditions to meet, no standards to satisfy, no requirements to fulfill. Just tired. Just human. Just allowed. So stop now. This moment. This breath. This final release of everything. Let it all go. Let everything stop. Let yourself be completely, fully, totally at rest. You are completely allowed to stop now. So just stop. Let your body sink completely into the bed. Let your muscles release all tension. Let your breath soften into natural rhythm. Let your mind release all thoughts. Let consciousness fade into sleep. Let awareness dissolve into rest. Just stop. Completely. Finally, fully, you are completely allowed to stop now. And the moment you truly accept this, truly believe it, truly allow it, sleep will come. Not because you made it happen, but because you finally stopped preventing it. You are completely allowed to stop now. So, stop. Right now. Right this moment. Right this breath. Stop completely. Rest fully. Sleep deeply. You're allowed. You've always been allowed. And now, finally, you can accept it. You are completely allowed to stop now. So just stop and let sleep do the rest. And now, we've come to the quietest part of the night. You've carried so much for so long, held on to so many things, believed you had to keep everything moving, keep everything together, keep yourself going no matter how tired you became. But tonight, you've learned something different. You've learned that stopping is not weakness, that rest is not failure. that your body knows what it needs and has been asking for it all along. You've learned that you don't need permission from anyone. Don't need to earn rest or deserve it or prove you're tired enough. You're just tired. And tired is enough. It's always been enough. There are no more truths to understand tonight. No more permissions to receive. No more reasons you need to hear. You know everything you need to know now. You're allowed to stop, completely, fully, without conditions or consequences or anything except rest. And rest is here now, waiting for you, patient and gentle and asking nothing except that you finally let go. You don't need to figure anything out before morning. You don't need to solve anything or understand anything or make sense of anything. Life will still be there tomorrow, all of it. Your responsibilities, your questions, your concerns. Everything will wait patiently while you rest. Because life has been waiting before. It knows how to wait. And it will wait again tonight, holding itself gently while you finally stop holding it. You can rest now, the kind of rest that goes all the way down, that reaches into every tired part of you, that touches every place that's been holding on for too long. Your body knows how to do this. It's been resting for decades, through everything you've experienced, through all the years of your life. It knows the way into sleep. It's never forgotten. Just breathing now, slow and easy, without effort, without trying to make it deeper or better or more relaxed. Just letting breath move the way it wants to move, in and out, gentle and natural, carrying you softly towards sleep. Nothing to understand anymore, nothing to remember, nothing to figure out or solve or make sense of. You've done enough. For this lifetime, certainly for this day, you've carried enough, held enough, tried enough. Now there's just this, just breath moving, just the softness of the bed holding you, just the quiet darkness wrapping around you like a blanket you've had since childhood. Nothing to figure out, nothing to hold on to, nothing except this moment of letting everything rest. Life can take care of itself tonight. Your body can take care of itself. Everything can exist without your effort, without your vigilance, without your constant holding. And you can finally rest, deep and peaceful and safe. Knowing that stopping is allowed, knowing that rest is necessary, knowing that you're completely, absolutely permitted to let go. The night holds you. This moment holds you. The bed beneath you holds you without asking anything in return. You've earned this peace, not through what you accomplished, just through being alive, through making it to another nightfall, through being human and tired and finally ready to rest. Now, just sleep. Not trying to sleep, not working at sleeping, just letting sleep come the way it's been trying to come all night. Just breathing, just softening, just being. You can stop now, completely, finally, fully. Everything else can wait. Everything else will wait. Everything else is already waiting. Now there's only this, only rest, only the gentle drift into sleep that happens when you finally let go. Just breathing, just resting, just releasing. All the way down now, into the deep rest you've needed for so long. You're safe here. You're allowed here. You're exactly where you need to be. Now, just sleep, deep and peaceful and complete. Good night.